Alright, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we are back for some more Pyre Community RITE NITE, which means, of course, some good old-fashioned multiplayer Pyre, featuring first and foremost the members of none other than the RITE Club Discord server. For those of you who are unfamiliar, that is the place for all things multiplayer Pyre, and you can join it, if I spelled it correctly, by clicking on that link right there. For those of you in chat, you are not off the hook, no, because you see the red circle with the white L below chat, you click on that, you'll find all the various requests that you can make today, ranging from things like choosing players' exiles, masteries, talismans, arenas, songs, even Titan stars are all fair game. So, without further ado, let's hop in to versus mode, and let's get things started here. We'll reset ourselves to our defaults, but otherwise, let us know, chat. Is there anyone who would like to get things started today? And is there anything that we would like to see for our first match? Let me, while I'm at it, hop into said Discord group. And there we go. There is no script. There is no script. Just muscle memory at this point. It's been a while. We've been going for quite a bit. Or can go first. All right, let me pop open remote, or rather, Steam Friends, so I can give you the remote play invites. Whatcha? Invite has been sent to Core. So that gives us one. Still looking for one more here. I've definitely botched it every now and again. But, I mean, we've done it at this point, what? We do it every, RITE NITE every week. We've been doing RITE NITEs for over a year at this point. So, I have practiced it over 50 times, or thereabouts. Actually, has it been 2 years? Has it been a full year at this point? It's pretty close. Now we're in March? Yeah, it's probably just over a year at this point. Wait, 1 year? Or 2 years? Time has been a little hard to keep track of nowadays, you know? With all the stuff's going on. Has it been 1 year or has it been 2 years? I don't know, man. Why are you gonna ask such hard questions? Alright, Pyre is ready as well. Let's invite him to... Is Pyre on the Steams? Not at the moment. 75-ish? Year and a half or so? Really? I thought I started around, like, a little after the new year, like maybe February, maybe late January of, I guess it would be... My question is, was that 2021 or was that 2020? It's been hard to keep track of these things. I have not updated that RITE NITE playlist in a very long time. There's a lot more than that. I think it's got to be about a little over 2 years then. It's at 83, and I'm pretty sure I've not updated it for several months. So, I think it's a lot longer than that, in truth. But anyways, so Core and Pyre. You guys, let's just confirm, I assume Core is going to be player 1 here. In which case, let me start entering Core's information. 4. Player 1, we assume at least. Pyre. Player 2, we assume at least. Oh, right. We're waiting on Pyre to show up. He is now on Steam, and therefore he is requesting to watch our broadcast. One moment, now we send him the invite, and now in order to get rid of this little notification, now, what did we determine we have to do? We have to do something for that to go away. Oh, we needed to, like, probably do the shift tab thing. There we go. Okay. So, in terms of triumvirates, I assume 4 you're going Pyre Hearts and Failure you're going Fate? Unless, Failure, are you player 1?
You betcha.
What? Remote play? Come on, remote play. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, remote play. You're lying to me. Stop lying to me, remote play. Okay. In that case, well, our triumvirates. Oh. Wait, what? Why did I put you to the distance? I don't know. But anyways, our triumvirates now should be fine. Oh, let me come on here on stream as well. Hwacha and Hwachu. Bless you, Lids. Thank you. Okay. So anything that we'd like to see for this first one, or are we thinking we just let these two warm up a bit here? Nothing too crazy just yet. Seems like that may be the case, so alright. We'll let you guys off easy. We'll give you the chance to warm up a bit here without any specific requests for our first one. And did you guys do a RITE NITE mini?
Oh yeah, Core. How did your new players RITE NITE go yesterday?
Yeah, so we had 2 players. It was just Potato and Bronbert. They were really, really good and evenly matched.
Awesome. How many matches did you guys do?
I think we did like 6 or 7.
Nice.
I also got new internet this week, so it's much better than it was.
Oh, that's encouraging.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Maybe it will be perform a little better today. Awesome. All right, so Failure, getting things started here. As we said, no requests from chat this time around, so they can take whatever they want. Failure goes down for the Crone Salute, so bear in mind that means that at one point during this rite, he can salute and transform all of Core's exiles into defenseless howlers, giving him what is more or less an automatic score. And as of late, we've seen Core go quite often with these quick throwing saps. The saps, by default, have the greatest throwing range, but the throw is usually pretty slow, so if you make it much faster with the quick throwing talisman, they become much more of an offensive threat. We saw Imp in the second spot for Failure. Power casting Snadra in the second spot, so both players going with their defensive characters. Now, Failure checking the scouting report. Goes for an exploding worm, and the honorable choice was originally going to make Gilman his exploding worm. However, Deluge is the proper choice to use with that talisman. So well done, Failure. Then Core goes with another defensive choice here, and this will start off our first rite of the night. Not often we see Core as the one who does not have a worm. as Phaler is the only worm user here. Bertrude has the quick throwing talisman, and that throw is unblockable, so that'll get things started with that 25 damage score. Phaler first the orb again with Bertrude. Does get the throw up before she gets banished, but that one's just a little bit short, so Core able to intercept it. Except some room here for Phaler to get another unblockable throw in here, this time for 15 with Deluge. Bertrude can't avoid Manly. Exploding Deluge. Speaking of exploding, Core has the exploding saplings as well, and trying to use those saplings to create a safe spot from which to throw the orb there with Manly. They're quick enough to avoid the sapling, but not quick enough to avoid the imp. And it does get Bertrude back, though. Oh, and nifty maneuver there. Avoided banishment, except that exploding sapling had the last say. Once again, Core setting up that safe spot within that sapling, although the throw is wide. Taylor has a portal, has Bertrude, but she goes down. Taylor too quick. Gets the orb and gets the throw, and that drops Core down to 30, which means one more score from Bertrude would be enough, and there is the Crone Salute. So that will do the trick.
Good game.
GG.
GG.
Was as though the scribes themselves stood by their side. Thus end this night's proceedings.
All right. Well played, you two. We'll head on back and chat. Let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for our next one. Of course, if not, then, like last time, we can just have these two take whatever they want to take. That also works. So sure, we can go that route. Oh, you hear the water. It's the boat. That does beg a question or two. What will we see our players take here when there is certainly potential to go in any of a number of directions here, including but not limited to the meme route? The other starts with a crone, not the memeiest of options, so perhaps a more straightforward team composition. Or pondering his options here, to meme or not to meme, that is the question. And I think the answer is to meme. Oh, look at this. Phaler returning the favor here. Going with a quick throwing sap of his own this time, though. He goes the rekindling route rather than the numbing gust route. Full left side Zoxiana means quick, and with that Harp Salute, she can switch places with her closest ally, which may mean some easy transportation for Ignarius. To get some quick plunges with all the damage that Core loaded onto him. Ooh, double sap there from Phaler. Meanwhile, Core doubles down on the demons. So here we go. Both players collide. Core switches into Ignarius with that Harp Salute. He goes down to the sapling. Core. Titan Tooths the defender, switches in once again, this time to Jody. Tries to get off the Brazen Manor, but Jody gets banished. Or perhaps trying to set up more of these switches into the demons. Ideally with the Brazen Manor, but may need to settle for a non-Brazen Manor or perhaps Harp Plunge, since those are generally much easier to do, albeit with fewer points. So big double banishment there, and there is the 38-point plunge from Ignarius. No Brazen Manor, but the Talisman does give him more damage. However, that means he's out for this round, but here is Core once again switching into Jody this time with that Harp Salute, getting her in for 38. Core with a couple of big scores here early, means one more of those demon plunges in fact, and it would at least trigger Phaler's Rekindling, but remember Phaler did go all the way on the Rekindling with his sap. There's Titan Tooth, stunning Phaler, switching into the demon, although Phaler up to the challenge defensively. Now on the move with Bertrude on the counterattack, Phaler plunges for 30 with her. And she had prayer beads, so she's back. Core's attack is thwarted. Bertrude once again. Goes around the other way, but can't make it past Jody. Ignarius retreats. Sets up the Brazen Manor. Or perhaps looking to switch into... Oh, it was Jody here. Not Ignarius, but there is... Oh, the Rekindling, and it is 100 on the second life bar from Phaler. So Core may have scored a lot here, but still has a lot of work left to do. Taxiana. Around the defenders into, I believe, yes, Brazen Manor Plunge from Ignarius. That's 48 damage. And Core did have the Titan Tooth stun there, but because he got banished by ending up in that sapling aura, wasn't able to capitalize on that extra bit of time he had. Now it's Jody against just Palmas. Jody gets her Brazen Manor off. Core switches into her, but Phaler able to block. Oh, but look at that double banishment from Jody. Bertrude back just in time for Phaler, though. Phaler with the orb with Bertrude. She's blocked, but there's the Titan Tooth once again, giving Core a little bit of time here to banish Bertrude, get the orb back, now make a move with Zoxiana. And that drops Phaler down to 32. As we were saying, Phaler has already triggered his Rekindling, so he's on his second life bar, which means with the extra damage that Core has on his demons, he may be able to finish this with just one more plunge. Not this time, though, not with Ignarius. No free orb, which Core has taken, and plunges for the win. GG.
The rite is ended.
Alright, well played you two. Let's head on back. We already have some requests for this one. For the song. Anything else we'd like for our upcoming Rite? Because we do have the preset theme 2 times over. That means we'll get the Fate theme and we'll get the Pyre Hearts theme. But will that be all? Looks like it will be. So let's get this next one started up. And this time, at the Pit of Malith, another meme potential arena. Will the players choose to go that route, though? That is the question this time. Savage is perhaps the best when it comes to memeing here. Baylor, did you get that last mastery? You were quick on the confirmation. No! You want to reset?
Sure.
We can go lock in Pitum Leith if you'd like. That way you can make sure that you get that mastery. Yeah. Honest mistake. No worries. Alright. Let's lock in Pitum Leith. We can just repeat what we were going for there.
The fate shall now face the Pyre hearts. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Okay, there we go. So as I was saying, the Savage is very good for memeing in this arena, either with the throws or potentially even with jumps, because you can bounce off the wall with those throws or with your jumps and land directly into the Pyre. So will Phaler opt to go that route here? Or was that merely a coincidence? Goes for an imp in the second spot there. Or went the defensive route with a power casting Snadra, I believe. Then Core follows suit and also goes with a Webland Thorn Imp in the second spot. Taylor rounds out the team with an Exploding Deluge. As does Core, so very similar teams here. Key difference being that Core has a more defensive team with his centerpiece, right here, being the power casting Snadra, whereas in Phaler's case, it's the Prayer Bead Stowaway. More offensive for Phaler. So it'll be interesting to see how those things match up, but the orb inadvertently hits Phaler's Pyre, bounces out. Core still able to get this throw in here for 15 though. Phaler teleports to the orb, but ends up in Deluge's aura, and means Seize Chance is active, at least for the moment, so that gives Core extra damage. He goes up to 20 with that throw. Taylor teleports the orb once again, has the option of bouncing off the wall if he'd like. He does make it in here with the Stowaway. Remember, she does have Prayer Beads, so she'll be back in this round. Taylor explodes on the entirety of Core's team. Phaler has the option, either throw or jump. Either way, he'll keep the Stowaway for the next round. Stowaway again. Teleports the orb and goes straight into the Pyre here. Now, once again, the huge explosion getting rid of all of Core's exiles. No one to stop the Stowaway. That drops Core down to 20. One more of those, and that's all Phaler needs. Big power cast from Snadra, though. Can Core find a way to make a comeback here, or is this going to be all Phaler? Stowaway trying to find an opening, not this time, but gets it back to Deluge. We've seen him explode and create opportunities for his teammates. But then again, of course, Core is also capable of doing that. Phaler through his portal. Doesn't take him far, though. Snadra on the attack, not for long, though Core with a relatively dangerously placed portal. Phaler with Deluge goes down. Oh, and look at this. Phaler! Moments away from the winning score there, but Core able to fend it off. The pressure remains on. Little margin for error for Core. Through the portal he goes with Snadra. Loses Deluge. Here is Snadra, but she's banished. That brings back Deluge, but Phaler quick to the orb with his teleportation with the Stowaway. Everyone down on Core's side. Opportunity here for Phaler. And there it is.
Good game.
GG.
Good game.
Prevail. A rite conducted with aplomb. Thus end this night's proceedings.
Brutal explosions, indeed. Huge difference maker there.
Until the next rite.
Alright, chat. Well, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for the next one. We still have a song for this one. This will be preset theme round 2. Let's reset ourselves for Random Arena. Anything we'd like for this one? Oh, Anor has turned Customize off. Alright, only a matter of time till somebody did that. Of course, that means randomized Exiles, Masteries, and Talismans won't even get to see what those things are in advance. We'll just get thrown straight into the action, and the guessing game will ensue. Someone's got to do it. Someone just has to do it. This time it was Anor, but it's always a fun time when we have it. So, why don't we get started then? Because that covers just about everything.
The fate
And we're on the book.
versus
For Phaler, it's... Is that two? No, Savage, Nomad, Demon, Harp, Savage, and Sap. For Core. Core checking to see if he had that Harp Salute. Didn't look like he did. Phaler has Orlek, notably, but does have Sacred Bond, which is a blessing for him because he has a way to get Orlek back, although Core's first one to score here with his hop into the Pyre with Almer. Of course, Orlek, one of the strongest, if not the strongest characters in the game, but his weakness is his inability to come back quickly, unless you have another way to build around that, compensate for it, and that is exactly what Phaler has whenever he steps on Orlek's portrait, such as what he can do right now. There is Orlek back. Here he is on the orb. And that is going to be a big factor for Phaler. There you saw that actually, Thor had 130 starting Pyre Life, so that must have been a Talisman because he doesn't have any characters that can give starting Pyre Life with their masteries. May, of course, also have Rekindling with Manly. Keep an eye out for that. Oh, and there is Core getting rid of the last defender. So time for him to get this throw off. Ametha, locked and banished. So is that the teleport there with the Savage Salute from Core? It looked like it might have been. Gets off slightly less than maximum damage on that throw there, just 19 rather than the full 20. We'll see if that becomes a factor. So he plunges here for 20, dropping Phaler down to 21, which means that for some of Core's Exiles, all they can do is 20 damage, so Phaler may lean on that one remaining Pyre Life. If this throw makes it in, it does not. So now it's Phaler on the counterattack. Exploding saplings from Core means that he may not have as much Rekindling, as Phaler plunges for another 20. That is a left side ability on the opposite side of the tree from Rekindling. Phaler gets the orb back with Orlek and nearly makes it in there, but he's blocked. And banished on top of the Pyre. That leaves just Headwind back to defend, but he is usually a stronger defensive character, although there it is. Core plunges, and as expected, Phaler does hold on with one Pyre Life. It was significant. Can Phaler find a way to win this one back here? Plunges for 20. Orlek has the orb back and plunges here for 25, so Phaler not going down without a fight. No prayer beads on Orlek. He's gone for this round now. Stowaway. Still in it here. Some nifty maneuvering here from Phaler, but does get blocked and now banished. That leaves just Headwind back to defend against Pamitha. Stowaway returns for Phaler. Pamitha around the other way, but she is blocked by the Stowaway, now banished by Headwind. Phaler on the attack with the Stowaway. Has infinite stamina, but she's banished. Big power cast, however, there is the winning plunge.
GG.
Good game.
GG.
I had a really speedy Savage. I don't know if that was the talisman, tailwind or the new class, but it was really speedy.
Interesting. I didn't notice. As we said, it's always a guessing game, and sometimes you never confirm what exactly you had. Alright, so that was round 2 of preset theme. We're all set there. Let's turn customize back on, unless, of course, we want to have more customize off matches. Let us know, chat, if you want to do that, or anything else for that matter, and we can make it happen. What would we like to see here? Okay, Grand Ceremony. Gotta work toward our quota. I feel like the Grand Ceremony quota I wrote her has taken a bit of a back seat as of late. I feel like we might have lost sight of it a bit. And then Quest for Glory after that. Oh, okay. So Nora, remind me for the next one. I wrote her beat you to the punch there. Anything else? We have a song. Will that be all? It appears as though it is. So we'll get this one started here. You hear the water. I think this is the Fall of Solium, though. It is. Not the boat. So what will they choose here? It's up to them. No request this time around in terms of their team. So Phaler goes with a Ninja Savage with Almer, and able to banish with his throws. And a Luminous Idol Harp there, Pamitha in the first spot for core, meaning he will regain all of his stamina whenever Pamitha picks up the orb. Okay, there sticks to the fundamentals here. Web Lanthorn Imp in the second spot. And this time it's core going all the way down for the Crone Salute, meaning he can transform all of Phaler's exiles into defenseless howlers once during this rite, giving him what is more or less a free score. Then Phaler with a second Ninja Savage, able to teleport to the orb with the Stowaway. Then Messenger Imp with the Web Lanthorn in the last spot there for core. Alright, here we go. Phaler teleporting to the orb as we might have expected. Can banish with those throws, as we were saying, but Almer does still go down. Now Pamitha for core, remember, can get full stamina when he picks up the orb, which he can do like this. And that leads him into the Pyre here for a 20 damage plunge. Phaler teleports the orb once again. Vanishes with his throw once again, but still loses Almer. Core. Pressing forward with Bertrude, not for long. Phaler teleports the orb with Almer, vanishes with Almer, and has an opening here, so throws this one in for 20 damage. Phaler teleports the orb once again, vanishes an opponent once again, re-teleports the orb, but cannot land the throw that time. Or with just Messenger Imp here, probably not his preferred attacking exile. Waits for some reinforcements. Tries to fake Phaler out. Does banish Phaler. Has Bertrude back here. she can't snake around the defenders. Palmer trying to banish with the throws, however, Core not falling for it. Taylor has it back though. Just misses on the banishing throw. Bertrude for Core. Pops over the defender and into the Pyre here for 25. I believe he took prayer beads on Bertrude. Yes, he did, so she is back for this round, but Phaler nearly found an opening there. Core through the portal. A little bit of space here, and Harp pushes his way in for 20 with Pamitha. Palmer snipes some more defenders. And looking to get rid of the last one. Does so with his cast, not his throw, but either way, means now he has the time to throw this one in for 20. Okay, they're still first to the orb. Banishes Bertrude. But Almer goes down. Stowaway goes down. That leaves just Messenger Imp versus Raji. Amitha, blocked. Banished, and now Phaler with another opportunity here. Gets his throw in for 18, slightly less than his maximum of 20. Let's see if that's a factor. Palmer trying to get in again, and does, for the full 20 this time, dropping Core down to 22, which means that Phaler does not have an exile capable of finishing this with one score. He will need two, as he was just shy of his maximum damage a couple of throws ago. Similar thing can be said of Core here, also looking at needing 2 scores to finish this one. Bertrude moves in, goes for the quick unblockable throw, and 12 damage is enough so that Bertrude could finish this, but she is the only one who could do it with 1 score for Core. Phaler banishes 1 defender with the throw, but loses Almer. Core with Pamitha. As we said, needs Bertrude if he is to finish this with 1 score, and so may deliberately wait to get her back and try to focus on her because she still has her salute and sets up the winning plunge.
Good game.
Good game.
GG?
Came ever so close. The rite is done.
Yeah, the Luminous Idol Harps might not seem like much at first glance, but they are very potent. Very potent. I think it was SSC who first really showed off just how effective they can be in, I believe it was our first tournament. They are a force to be reckoned with for sure.
And now I'm like the only one who kind of plays them.
Yeah, I think they still, for whatever reason, they fly under the radar to this day. They can catch people off guard for sure. Well, let us know, chat, if there's anything you want to see for this one. We have a Norse song request, right? Quest for Glory? Okay, let's summon Tariq Bot for that one, which means we're going to want to turn off the in-game...
We don't need Tariq Bot for this
Do
one.
we? Do we have this one built in? Oh. This might be the first...
Quest for Honor is what she's thinking.
Okay.
There's Path to Glory and there's Quest for Honor, so I don't know which one she wants.
This one? Question mark? This one. Okay. Gotcha. I was gonna say, I feel like we've never had anyone request that one. Like, maybe that's... Even then, Quest for Honor, I'm not sure if we really had... Maybe once? Maybe once. So we have the song. Anything else we want for this one? Come on, guys. You gotta show Sir Gilman some love here. Why don't we see more? Why don't we hear more of Sir Gilman's theme? I think it's quite short, if I remember. Maybe that has something to do with it. Seems like that's it, though. So we'll get this one started, and we'll have them take whatever they want to take. I mean, yeah, like Gilman on his quest to find both honor and glory, right? So either one works. Either one works.
Shall confront.
Okay, it's the Glade of Liu.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
And I was wondering given how it is Sir Gilman's theme, might we see more of a Gilman or at least worm presence in general in this upcoming rite? Vader went the Titan Tooth route. Whereas Core goes with Aura's Scale, so Vader will stun people that he jumps into, whereas Core will be able to jump a greater distance. Vader, Webland Thorn Imp. Oh, did you guys try an empty Glade of Loot?
Oh yeah, I've had that for a while, for a few weeks now. And so when they played, it was empty.
Yeah, what do you guys think of it? Because, I mean, obviously, it is probably the most simple, straightforward arena, if it doesn't have any obstacles in it. So is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing?
Well, I think the reason for it is just to make it so that player 2 doesn't suffer.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's just
To
more
balance it
evenly
out.
matched.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we could make the brambles symmetrical, I think that would be a lot more work, but preferable. But for tournaments,
Right.
we could also just leave it blank.
Mm-hmm.
Like after once I get below 80, once one of us gets below 80, I'm never gonna win the orb race.
Mm-hmm.
The only way it works for player 2 to win the orb race on this map is sudden grasp.
Yeah. But does it get boring if you have just a totally empty arena? Does that feel like, this is too simple, straightforward, or is it still
know.
fine?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because
It kind of feels a little strange because you don't see the completely empty arena before the first score or after the first score usually. But once you get over the weirdness, it's not so bad.
Okay, interesting. And Orsa's Nutrition Stick can also potentially win the orb race
or
if you're
nutrition's
player
right,
2.
Yeah.
Alright, well, here we go. Of course, we will not have the completely open arena for this one. We will have, as players' power lives go down, the arena grow more crowded, and the reason for that mod, that change that we were talking about, was because those obstacles that spawn in as players score, like Feather does here for 15 with that throw, those obstacles do not spawn in symmetrically, as we were starting to say, which means there is a bit of an advantage for player 1 usually over player 2 with the areas in which the obstacles do spawn.
Sir Gilman through
Can
it in.
pin in player 2 more so than it pins in player 1. Vader with his 15 damage throw here. Good to see Gilman taking center stage in a match in which we are listening to Gilman's theme.
Mark against that flame.
This time a very quick throw from Phaler, but whittling away at Core's Pyre Life. Although that time goes straight for the plunge. Oh, but Stubborn Flame, mind you, which Core is getting from Bertrude. Whenever Phaler is in the lead, Phaler is dealing 10 less damage, which, in the case of Pamitha, means at least she's still plunging for 10. But in the case of his worm, Gilman, means that at most dealing 5 damage, which is painful, as Core throws this one in for 14. That means you are dealing a third of the damage that you would normally deal, at most. Well-placed sapling there from Core. Core with Gilman. Now Manly. Gilman has the extra range on his jumps with the legendary talisman. That might have been the difference maker there, because that looked like he was initiating that throw from quite a ways away. Core back with Gilman. Back with the throw, this time for 12. The arena grows smaller now. Core back in the lead means that Phaler is back to dealing full damage whenever he scores, so these throws with Gilman can be as high as 15.
The Pyre-Heart's adversaries gained an edge.
Phaler once again for 5 this time, as Phaler may be back in the lead. He is, so once again, Stubborn Flame, as you see there, is active and is particularly significant against the lower damage exiles like the Worms. Core plunges for 15 here, though. No prayer beads on Gilman for him. So Core back in the lead, but down one exile. And Phaler with the Titan Tooth stuns Core, however, can't sneak in between those two defenders. Well-placed sapling from Core, but can't shield off that attack there from Pamitha. Though Numbing Gust active, slowing her down. Phaler willing to plunge. And drop Core down to 21. Which means, depending on the exile, if it is Pamitha, then Core will hold on with one Pyre life here. Core's throw does have enough on it for the full 15. And that means that Phaler is leading by 1. Pamitha can't quite find the room to make it in there. Phaler gets Gilman back with full stamina. He's banished. Pamitha to return, not quickly enough though, and that throw is sufficient. GG.
Good game.
Yet nonetheless commendable. The rite is ended.
Alright, well played.
Until the next rite.
So let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like to see for the next one. Yeah, that was good to see. A very worm-centric match there in a match in which we were listening to Sir Gilman's theme. Fitting. Very fitting. Alright, but back to our defaults here. So let us know if there's anything we'd like to see or hear for this next one. What are we thinking? Well, not seeing any requests at the moment. So why don't we get this one started then? And we'll just have these two take whatever they want to take.
The fate shall take on the Pyre Hearts.
So this time it's Nest of Triesta.
Welcome.
And no requests, so these two are free to take whatever they'd like.
Rites.
Phaler goes quick throwing Ninja Almer. Whereas Core goes with the Prayer Beads Rookie. Web Lanthorn Raji in the second spot there for Phaler. Then Core back with the legendary Worm Talisman for the extra jumping distance there with Lady River. Then full left side Prayer Bead Zoxiana for Phaler, meaning that he can switch places with his closest teammate using that Harp Salute. Then Titan Tooth on Jody for core. We tend not to see that very often on demons.
Now begin.
Here's Phaler with Ulmer. His throw is intercepted by Jody. Rookie, with his triple hopping action, goes into the Pyre here, but we saw Core go for the quicker respawn times with Lucky Break rather than the extra 5 plunging damage, so that's just 15 that time around with Rookie. Core trying to bait Phaler into that worm cast. Rookie again. Triple hopping, but into the lava he goes. Oh, look at that well-timed stunning claim from Core. Nearly enough to give Rookie a clean running lane into the Pyre, but not this time. Phaler's counterattack. The throw is intercepted. Rookie waiting to get his stamina back. And can't make it past Zoxiana. Ooh, and Phaler did have an exile close to Core's Pyre, but Core saw it coming, banished them. But Zoxiana still finds a way through here for 20. She had prayer beads, so she's coming back, but this time it's Ulmer. His throw is intercepted. Core on the counter with Lady River. The throw is wide, though, so now it's Phaler's turn. Zoxiana straight in again. Phaler teleports. His throw is intercepted by Jody. Now Rookie on the counter. Waits to get the stamina. He goes down, though. Jody, her turn. The explosion, though, gets her to go down as well, and then Ulmer sneaks in for this 20 damage throw. Rookie comes crashing in with Ulmer. Ulmer takes him out. Lucky Break, though, will bring Rookie back quickly. Here he is, once again, colliding with Ulmer. Ulmer down to Jody. Jody has Titan Tooth, so that'll stun Phaler, giving Core a little bit of time here, trying to set up the Rookie plunge, but he's blocked and banished. A little switcheroo there between Raji and Jody. Raji, though, does manage to take her out. Zoxiana tries to heart push her way in, but not this time. And that leaves Phaler at least momentarily defenseless. Raji, though, back in time to stop Rookie. Phaler through his portal, doesn't take him far, though. Here's Ulmer, trying to find the opening, but not this time. Rookie. He's blocked, and into the lava he goes. Stunning claim from Core. Made Rookie at least temporarily the only exile able to move, but not enough time for him to do any damage with that. Jody banished. Lady River banished. Now Ulmer banished. Core playing defensively here. Has it back with Lady River. Her throw is blocked. Ulmer to Zoxiana. Zoxiana tried to hard push her way in, but she's Titan Toothed. And time for Core to throw this one in with Lady River for 15. Phaler teleports and collides with Rookie. Rookie sniped. Stunning claim, giving Rookie some time here to double snipe. Gets the orb and has a bit of an opening. Enough time to make it in here for 15 on that plunge. Well played from Core. Ulmer. Oh, somehow sneaks in that throw right as he was about to get banished. Ulmer again. This time his throw intercepted, as both players tied at 55. Rookie snakes his way in and around those defenders into the Pyre for 15. Ulmer to the orb. Throw sneaks in between those two defenders for 20. Phaler retakes the lead. Collide in the middle. Ulmer gets rid of Rookie, gets rid of Lady River as well. Lines up his throw, but gets banished. Rookie. Stamina has gotten back. Tries to find the opening, though. Sneaks under the defenders for this 15 damage plunge. That drops Phaler down to 25, which means one Jody plunge would be enough for Core. Meanwhile, with Phaler's throw there, means any of Phaler's characters able to finish the job here. Will it be Ulmer? Not this time. Jody. Knocks back Zoxiana. She is the most dangerous of Core's exiles, as we were saying, the only one capable of finishing this with one score. Will this be it? Yes, it will. GG.
Although their
Good game.
adversaries put up quite an effort,
GG.
the ceremony is complete.
That Jody was pretty good.
Well played.
Yeah.
Both
I'm surprised no one does it, honestly. It's like just a stunning machine.
Until the stars align.
Alright, we do have our quota being met here for Grand Ceremony. So we have a song, but is there anything else we'd like to see for this next one? Spring of Jomir. Okay, so we have an arena, and not just any arena, that is Phaler's home arena, in fact. Anything else?
I'll maybe do 2 more, and then I'm done.
Okay, so heads up, chat. If there's anyone who's looking to get in soon, or is looking to swap out in a couple matches or so.
Yeah, I think I'm about the same.
Okay, so that may mean we're looking for 2 people to hop in the relatively near future, so prepare yourselves accordingly if you're looking to get in soon. Oh, okay, we got several things happening here. Hold on a second. What do we have? Core turns customize off. Alright.
Just for the last match. This match can be whatever.
Okay, gotcha. And the other stuff is just bots. The Nightbot was taken care of, I see. Alright. So customize off. Yeah, I don't know. Brawlbert, were you the one who did the spring request? What? You were. I don't know if Brawlbert had specific plans in mind for that spring. I don't know how much I should read into the angry voice.
For next match is customize off for.
Oh, I see. So you're saying for this one we keep it on, and for the last one it's customize off, or?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So Brawlbert, if you did have something in mind for this one, let us know. We can still make it happen. Or is reserving that customize off for the following match. Nah, all good. Alright, Brawlbert doesn't have anything else. So in that case, seems like, Core, unless you want to do customize off for this one, we'll have you two take whatever you want to take. Alright. In that case, that we shall do. They will take whatever they would like.
The Fate versus the Pyre Hearts.
Alright, so as we said, Phaler's home arena, as a member of the Fate.
Shall conduct the rites.
And we were talking about Luminous Idol Harps before, how effective they can be with their relatively quick throws and then picking the orb back up and regenerating all their stamina in the process. That's the route that Phaler goes, and then perhaps, as a bit of a counter, Core goes with the Power Casting Snadra in his first spot.
No, I was gonna do that regardless of whatever you picked.
Snadra, the best exile, confirmed. 2 harps for Phaler here.
Both have swap?
Super swapping harps?
You
Is
know
Phaler
that
up to
doesn't
something?
work together, right?
Then it's Gilman, the extra jumping distance in the last spot for Core, and hold on a second here. Phaler,
Phil, you
Triple
know this
harp.
doesn't work, right? Okay.
and last one for Core is a Titan Tooth Tizo. Here we go. Luminous Idol means Phaler will get some extra speed whenever he picks up the orb with his stamina refilling. And he rides that speed into the Pyre there for 20. No prayer beads, though, of course, means that he's down 1 exile, now down 2 exiles, and the Titan Tooth, however, stunned Core momentarily, but Phaler defenseless at the moment. Core trying to find a way around Phaler's 1 remaining harp, but cannot do so. So Zaxiana by herself here and pushes her way in for 20. No prayer beads on her either, so she's out for this round. That leaves just Tamitha at the moment. But Tizo takes her out, tries to get around, and does fly over that other harp, plunging for 15. No prayer beads on him, though, so he's out for this round, and Phaler plunges here for 20. Zaxiana trying to find a way around Snadra, but oh boy, what a power cast there. Double banishment. Sets up this 20 damage throw and 10 leech for Core. Tamitha around Snadra, nearly into the Pyre, but just wide and into the defender. Snadra gets rid of it, set up the power cast, gets it back here, but gets banished. Phaler at full strength, loses 1 harp, but still has the orb. Titan Tooth's the defender, switches places into his other harp, and plunges for 20. Snadra powering up that cast, but Phaler doesn't mind it. Gets in once again. We're down to just 10 here. Phaler just looking for 1 more score, and that was nearly it right there. 4 pinned in the corner. And now suddenly it's Phaler who's defenseless. And Core with Snadra, as we saw previously, can deal some damage at 17, and Leech, in this case, getting him back up to 19. Still enough for Phaler to finish it with 1 plunge.
Game.
GG.
Perhaps they do deserve their freedom after all.
With Shoulder Smash and an Imp with Titan Tooth,
Right.
you've been beaten by triple harp. I gotta say, I didn't expect that.
Harps are good.
They aren't really. Not usually.
Until the next right.
They aren't really?
Not
Whoa,
really.
hold on a second. Harps are very good, thank you very much. Maybe
Harps
those
are-
specific
harps are a combo
matchups are
beast.
tough for Harps. That much is
Harps
true.
are Harps are an anti-Titan Tooth with the Switch, and they're like an enabler for Jody and Saps with the Switch. They aren't usually just good on their own.
Nor my thoughts exactly. Where is Cam? Hold on. Somebody please alert Cam immediately. Them there is fighting words.
I mean, Titan Tooth Swap is like one of the best characters in the game, so I don't know what you're talking about.
True, but I didn't do that once. Oh, no,
Sure.
that's wrong. I did that one time.
Yeah, but you know that swapping with other harps makes them taunt as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, well, we had said that... Oh, are we still have Grand Ceremony on? Oops. We had said that we were going to use Core's customized off request for this one. That means that covers Exiles, Masteries, and Talismans, but if there's any specific song or arena we'd like to see, we can still make that happen. What is the Essence theme? Sky Dance?
Yep.
Right? Am I making that up? There it is. Anora's like, hold on, we need to do something harp themed after that. That's slander.
I almost don't even want to do customize off. My heart.
I mean, there's a decent chance one of you gets at least a single harp. Okay, well, let's get this one started. We will see, with customized turned off, if anyone does happen to get a harp, and we'll keep a keen eye on how that harp performs. So let's see it.
The fate shall not
And it's the Cairn as well. Place where I'm sure Core would have thoughts. about who he would like to take. Both teams have a harp for what it's worth, so we will see some harp plays. For Core, it is the Stowaway, Hamatha, and Deluge. For Phaler, it is also a harp, actually 2 Savages rather than just the one, so very similar teams. What are the chances? Oh, Titan Tooth, what? Wait, on who? I was gonna say, what are the chances that that Stowaway has False Step and Bottled Void? Looks like no salute for Deluge there. Or is it... Whose Titan Tooth is it? Is it on Hamatha or is it on Phaler's Exile? I haven't been able to determine. But Phaler plunges here for 20. With who else but his harp? Then goes in with Almer as well. Phaler does have Sudden Grasp with one of those Savages, and so teleports the orb and quickly jumps into the Pyre there for 20. Almer doing the same thing here, but he goes down. Okay, so who is it who's stunned? It is Phaler. No, it is Core with the Titan. It's Core with the Titan 2. Is it? I think it's Core. I think it's Core's harp. So what are the chances of that, right? We got a Titan Tooth harp after talking about how that is one of the very things we were saying is a very strong combo. Here is that harp. And the reason why Phaler was unable to block that one was because of the Titan Tooth stun. Core with just enough time though for a 12, not the full 20 damage throw, although Phaler plunges straight in for the win.
Good game.
I cannot believe I just got double sudden grasp. This is so dumb.
That was a pretty interesting random team on both sides. Core with the Titan Tooth harp and Phaler with the double Savages. That RNG. That crazy RNG.
Alright, good games, Failers. Failers. Plural.
All of the Phalers.
Every single one of them. Catch you later.
V1, V2, all of the Phalers. Alright. Thanks, guys. Thanks for stopping by. Good to have you, as always, and that means that we are looking for a couple of people to jump in here to take their place. So, who would be interested in partaking of the rites? In the meantime, I will give... Oh, they already left. Anora's up. Alright, let me send the invite to Anor here. There we go. So we have one person on their way. We're looking for one more. Who would like to face off against Anor? And will it be Nightwings for you today, Anor? Were you thinking? We'll mix it up. Okay, Nightwings. Your thing. There you go. Alright, so Anor is all set and ready to go. Who would like to go against Anor here? Now, I could jump in, but generally, my preference would, of course, be to get as many of you all from chat in as possible. And it's still relatively early days here in this RITE Night, so I have to imagine there may be some people who have not yet gotten the chance to play, so if that is so, then let us know. Happy to get you in now. Otherwise, I guess I can serve as a placeholder. iRotor, you can play some games? Awesome! Awesome, let's get iRotor in then. Classic showdown. Anor versus iRotor. Always good for some close matches. If your connection is better now, at least. Hopefully. Let's see. Okay. Invite sent. Reset theme twice. That we can do. Set you up here, iRotor. Okie doke. Rotor, what are you thinking? Withdrawn for you today?
Sure.
Okay. Go. Alright. Let's turn Customize back on before we forget. Unless, of course, you guys want to see a Customize off match. So, here are our combatants. Our two players, Anor and Rotor for this one. Do we want to give them a chance to warm up here first, or are we thinking we have something in particular in mind? Looks like that may be also... Yeah, we'll give them a chance to warm up a bit here first. Okay, we're on the book. And no requests with regard to your team, so you're welcome to take whatever you'd like.
Who shall conduct the rites?
So what will they choose? Oh, let me double check. Nor do you have controls? I did not verify. Let me see. You... Oh, you do. It looks like you do. Oh, man. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day if remote play is immediately giving you controls. That is a good sign. Oh, and Anor goes with an exploding Rookie in the first spot. Meanwhile, Rotor catching our attention there, putting a ring on Pamitha. Who will her partner be? We can only guess. I don't know about that, Anor. What are you talking about? Got a speedy Jody? Okay, so it's Pamitha and Zoxiana are the two harps with the rings, so they will have infinite stamina at the beginning of a round. Then Headwind, defensively set up there for Anor. I mean, harps are obviously not one of the better exiles in the game, so I'm sure you'll be fine. Big explosion there from Rookie, and Shoulder Smash gets rid of one of those harps. Here's the second one, getting Shoulder Smashed as well. And at least temporarily, Rotor was defenseless, although gets his impact just in time. Rookie explodes again. Jody sneaks under the defenders and in for this 30 damage plunge. Speedy harps push the defenders out of the way and make it in here, scoring 20 points for Rotor. Rookie, locked. Has it back, though. Gives it up to Jody. Back to Rookie. His throw gets in just in time for 6 damage. Rookie once again exploding. And Raji at the moment the only of Rotor's characters, though here come the harps. Zoxiana trying to take down Jody, but here she comes. Plunge in for 30. I mean, she's out for this round, though. Infinite stamina, at least for the moment, on Pamitha, which she rides into the Pyre for 20 on this plunge. Rookie. Tries again, back to Headwind. He's banished, that leaves just Jody for Anor. We're trying to find a way through. It's past one of the defenders. And now enough time for the throw. Slightly less than maximum, 28 rather than 30, but it drops iRotor down to just 6, which means just about any score should be sufficient for Anor here. So iRotor running out of time as he loses one harp. Trying to find an opening with the other one. And there he goes. Plunging for 20 here. Now, of course, has the rings, not prayer beads on those harps, so that means he will be down Zaxiana for this round. Here's Pamitha. Nearly harp pushes her way in. Headwind, vanished. iRotor through his portal. Gets infinite stamina when he does so. And maneuvers around the defenders into the Pyre for a 20 damage plunge, and iRotor is not done here. Rookie. Blocked. Vanished. Zaxiana, back with the orb. Around a few defenders and in. iRotor playing it patiently here. Whittling away at Anor's Pyre and now just needs 2 scores. So making this one a close match. Pamitha plunges here and suddenly we have ourselves a sudden death. Next score wins. Will it be Rookie? Not this time. Raji, even he has enough damage. Not this time though, he goes down, iRotor defenseless, and there is the winning score.
The Nightwings prevail. Perhaps
GG.
a stroke of fortune ought to be thanked. The rite is ended.
Alright, let's head on back. Good way to get things started between these two. As I said, we usually have some pretty sweet rights when we have Anor going against iRotor. Very closely matched. That was preset theme number 1. We'll do a second one here. So our song is all set, but is there anything else we'd like to see for this next right? Incredibly tough. Yeah, I mean, really close match. Really close match, for sure. Alright, not seeing anything here though, so why don't we get this next one started? And once again, we'll have these two take whatever they'd like to take. Oh, I hear the water.
The Nightwings
And it's the boat.
versus the Withdrawn.
What direction will they choose to go in here? Only time will tell, but we shall see.
The rights.
Will they be tempted? Will they be tempted to resort to the memes? Dare I say the answer for Anor is yes. As may be the case for iRotor as well, both players starting off with a demon. Perhaps the exile most affected, the class most affected by playing on the boat and having that crazy boat magic kicking in whenever they jump over one of those puddles. Notably here, Anor doubled down on the demons, whereas iRotor did not, went Savage instead. But Anor goes all in. Whereas iRotor settles for just one demon and goes for Titan Tooth, so he will stun anyone that he jumps into with Bertrude. Here's Ulmer for iRotor. He's blocked and gets sent back flying. I wrote her with Bizboleth, trying to get the jumping distance, but dispossessed. And Nor sets up the Brazen Manor. Oh, yes, does have it. Okay, for a second there. Didn't see it kick in, but yes, she does have it. I wrote her jump straight in with Bertrude for 25. I think that was Titan Tooth on her, did we say? And so no prayer beads. So Bertrude not in for this round. Nor setting up the demons, has Brazen Manor active, but gets blocked. And banished. So gets rid of one of the defenders and still has it here with Jody. Looking for an opening and finds one. Jumping in here for 30. I wrote her teleports the orb and just jumps straight in for 20. Both demons go flying so much so that they overrun the orb. It's an orb, back with it here, and over to the other demon hanging out next to the Pyre here. That means Jody is gone for this round, and I wrote her sneaks under the defender here for 20 on the plunge from Ulmer. Whoa! I wrote her takes flight, but overjumps the orb. Anor? Oh, tried to set up Brazen Manor, a little greedy there. As the demons go hopping around Anor's Pyre, but here is Iroder. Bertrude has Titan Tooth. Oh, but Anor able to switch out of it. Ulmer trying to cast and does banish Jody. Trying to snipe more of the defenders. Waiting for an opening. And find one. Gets rid of another defender, though. In fact, gets rid of all the defenders. Jody comes back just in time for Anor. Demons collide. It's Iroder who rides that boat magic momentum into the Pyre. Iroder teleports straight to the orb and jumps straight in once again. Very quick. It's Anor now. And there it is, straight into the Pyre for 30 with Jody. One more score, all Iroder needs here. Will it be this time? Ulmer gets knocked back and banished. Anor defends successfully. Has it here with Vizpaleth. And only Vizpaleth. Iroder pressing the attack, banishes the last of Anor's exiles. Anor running out of time here, no one to defend. And that will do the trick.
The withdrawn prevail. Such a well-conducted.
GG. Anor, was that response? I didn't catch that until just now. Was that in response to Iroder not going all demon?
I mean, like, I'm up for all demons sometimes, but like, I play like demon, triple demon on the boat like 80% of the time on RITE NITE, so I wanted to not do it this time.
You gotta mix it up every once in a while, right? You can't do it every time. Get that in the Titan Tooth. That's true. The Titan Tooth, specifically against demons on the boat, is like, hold on. You trying to stop me from slam dunking the entire length of the arena? That's illegal.
I mean, but that was more of an offensive one, because defensive jumps with the crown.
Yeah. Alright, well chat, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for the next one. I think we are now done with our preset themes. So, songs are there for the taking as well. Okay, Nora's choosing exiles. I choose. Oh. Ooh. I feel like the last time someone made that request, I came up with an idea for how I wanted to approach when you guys asked me to do it for you, and I forget what it was, though. Forget what I wanted to do next time. Darn it. Okay. I'll try to come up with something. Okay. So exiles, I will pick. Anything else on top of that? What was it that I wanted to do next time I was picking exiles for you guys? Alright, well, not seeing anything else here, so okay. Alright then. Let's get this one started, and just to clarify, that means that I'm only picking exiles. You guys will still pick the talismans, and we'll still pick the masteries.
The Night Wings shall confront the withdrawn. Welcome.
Okay. Okay.
Conduct the rites.
What do I want you both to take? I think what I want to see is Anor in your first spot, take Hamatha. So the rest is up to you, but Hamatha will be your first exile. Okay, she goes prayer beads, so she'll be able to come back when she plunges, and she'll be all left side, so she can transport her closest ally. And, well, I wrote her. You're gonna take Zoxiana. What's up, Duff? How's it going? How's it going? Okay, and so also prayer beads, though I think different masteries there for Iroder. In this spot, Anor, you are going to take Tizo. Rest, of course, is up to you. So she goes Titan Tooth, actually goes more offensively with the mastery setup there, the extra damage on Tizo. And for Iroder, you're going to take Messenger Imp. Iroder also going a little more offensively with the imps there, also taking the extra damage. Last one for you, Anor, will be Deluge. Oh, better now. Well, good to have you, Duff. Oh, hold the phone. Anor goes Ball of Void with Deluge. Now, that's an interesting one. Last one for you, Iroder. It's also Deluge. So it's one harp, one imp, one worm for both sides. Let's see how they make it work. Here we go. Iroder, first the orb here. Sneaks past one defender, although just momentarily. Now Anor on the counterattack with Hamatha. She's banished. Deluge for Iroder. Goes with a throw for 15. Ooh, quick move there with Hamatha from Anor. Zoxiana. Deluge, two-pronged attack from Iroder. Anor up to the challenge, though, defensively. Hamatha for Anor, she's banished. but it brings Deluge out with full stamina, and he throws this one in for a quick 6. That has got to be the fastest Pamotha I've seen. Zaxiana, blocked, banished. Now Anor. Does Tizo. He goes down, but that brings back Deluge, who goes through the portal, except Iroder had it covered. Taking out Deluge, now it's Iroder, uncontested, and took the extra damage on that imp, and it pays off here, meaning 25 rather than the usual 15 damage. Iroder blocks, and Titan Tooth stunned. Anor with a little bit of extra time. Moving in with Pamotha. Switches over into Tizo. Tizo blocked, but he has Titan Tooth. He's the one stunning. And once again, Anor also going the more offensive imp route, so 25 on that throw. Deluge, banished. Au revoir. Ooh, Iroder nearly making it into the Pyre there. Anor with a quick burst of speed, switching into Deluge, and he's the one who plunges here for 15. Pamotha, switching into Tizo. Tizo back to Pamotha. Pamotha, banished. Big cast there that Iroder threatens with Messenger Imp. Can also banish with his throws, and does so here. Trying to take out Pamotha as well to make some space. Goes down, but sets up a very dangerous portal, but it's Nor on the attack. Pamotha, she goes down. Iroder pauses things with a stunning claim. Through the portal he goes, and in for 25. Anor with Pamotha blocked, switches into Tizo, takes out the opposing harp, and back to Pamotha. Pamotha switches into Tizo. Tizo blocked, banished, but Iroder temporarily Titan Toothed. Pamotha can't get past the other harp, and well, except switches into Deluge, and Iroder currently defenseless. Is Anor quick enough to get a throw in here? Iroder does have a defender back now, and able to defend successfully. Iroder. Over to Messenger Imp. Back to Zaxiana, now Messenger Imp. Remember, banishes with the throws. Oh, and does banish there, although nearly had a score. Nor through the portal, doesn't take her far, although no one to stop her right now. Chooses to go the Deluge route with that 15 damage throw. That makes this one awfully close here. Iroder follows up with a 20 damage plunge. Pamotha into Deluge, plunging for 15, dropping Iroder down to 24. Anor, unless she does it with her imp, would need 2 scores, so this is her most dangerous exile. Whereas for Iroder, it could be anybody. Worm included. Iroder with Zaxiana. Messenger Imp banishes 1. Double banishment there. No one on Anor's side. Time now for Iroder
Okay.
to take the win.
The withdrawn prevail.
GG.
A victory so narrowly achieved, and thus more glorious. Thus end this night's proceedings.
I don't know about that. These might be 2 of the most evenly matched people we have in the RITE Club.
I think between the top 4 in the tournament, anyone can beat anyone.
Yeah. Which means always a sweet RITE for us to catch here. So let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like to see here. Well, Anor turns off Customize. So that means randomized exiles, masteries, and talismans. So that will certainly keep things interesting. We can still do song, we can still do arena, so let us know if there's anything you guys want to see there. Otherwise, that covers it all. And it looks like that may be it. So let's get this one started, and we'll get thrown straight into the action here. So What will we see?
The Night Wings shall now face.
For Nor, it's a harp, it's a worm, it's a nomad. For Iroder, it's a nomad, it's a sap, and it's a harp.
Now begin.
Somewhat similar teams. Both players checking out. Do they have the power casts with their nomads? Saxiana for Iroder, blocked and banished. Infernal Bloom there we saw. Ametha for Nor switches places into Snadra. She plunges, so okay. We know that a Nor's harp has the harp salute, allowing her to switch places with her closest ally. We're learning a bit about the teams here. Oh, Dying Flame, and it is active here, giving Iroder extra damage on his harp whenever he's behind. Of course, means no prayer beads, though. Here's Headwind on the attack. Oh, gets shoulder smash. No, he does the shoulder smashing. Nor has Sacred Bond from Snadra, so she can bring back her teammates whenever they get banished by stepping on their portraits. Ametha against Manly, or rather against Bullfred. Ametha trying to find a way around Headwind, and as we've seen before, Headwind does have Shoulder Smash, making him very effective against some of Anor's exiles here. Anor's throw does hit the mark. For a second there, you thought it might have been short, but it's good for 11. Ametha switches into Deluge. Deluge retreats back to Tamitha. Tamitha trying to find an opening, switches into the Worm, but Deluge is blocked and banished. Toxiana. She's cornered. Oh, exploding saps, or saplings for Iroder. That means at least partially left side, which reduces the amount of rekindling that Iroder could theoretically have. At most, it would be 10, might be 0. Oh, big, relentless power cast there from Headwind. But somehow, Anor able to weather the storm. Snadra. She's blocked and banished. Ametha trying to break through this wall of defenders. But Iroder now on the attack with Volfred. His throw from this range may be unblockable. It's good for 15. Ametha banished. Volfred continues onward, and his throw is intercepted. Anor with Tamitha. Banished. Toxiana, around one defender, trying to find an opening, but she's blocked and banished. Our casting War of the Nomads. Iroder wins that one, but Anor still with the orb. Snadra is blocked and banished. Bullfred. Can't shield off that cast. The harps collide. Anor switches places, though, into her Worm, who plunges in here for 15. Saxiana down. Big power cast from Headwind. Ametha going the other way. Snadra the other way. Who will it be? Two-pronged attack? But Iroder fends that off, and Anor defenseless here. Opportunity for Iroder if he's quick. Moves in with Headwind. His throw, though, is intercepted. Yet gets rid of both of Anor's exiles here, so attempt number 2 is good for 20 and 10 leech as well. So that is perhaps an entirely left side Headwind, if not 3 out of 4 left side on Headwind there.
Sorry, I had a lag spike.
Oh, no worries.
I think it's fine now.
You want me to uninvite you, reinvite you? Would that help?
No, it's fine.
It's fine? Okay. I'll give you a countdown then. I'll do a 3, 2, 1, go, and on go, I'll hit resume. 3,
Wait.
oh.
Wait, reinvite me. No, it's bad.
Okay. Let's do it just to be safe. I may... Okay, there we go. Let's see. You too? Okay. Yeah, let's just get you both back in. Just to play it safe. Just to play it safe. Okay. Invite to Anor. Invite to Iroder. Maybe it's Steam, yeah. Rip Steam indeed. Okay. So let me know when you two are ready, and I'll give you the countdown. Again, I'll go 3, 2, 1, go, and on go we'll hit resume. Nor says, seems okay. Okay, hopefully it's a little better now. iRotor, does it work on your end? Look any better now?
I think so.
Okay, fingers crossed. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Nor's attack with Deluge is thwarted. Edwin goes down here. Nor with Tamitha. Switches into Snadra. Snadra around the other way. Not enough time to get the throw off, though. Nor, Tamitha, her only defender, not enough to stop Saxiana here. Plunging and dropping Nor down to 17. Of course, we never know if someone has the RITE Light Talisman, which can give rekindling. Otherwise, one more score may be all that iRotor needs here. Edwin and Volfred both moving in. Volfred charging the throw, but not enough time. Nor back with the orb. Except Tamitha is shoulder smashed. Snadra with perhaps a bit of an opening here. And Nor with just enough time to throw it in for 15. Tamitha for Nor. Locked. Switches into Deluge. He gets banished. Saxiana. And Volfred. Will it be? It's
Okay.
Saxiana, and it's iRotor for the win.
The scribes themselves surely have taken note. The ceremony is complete.
GG. Well played, you two. We already have a request from Duff for the Imp Arena, Isle of Kalamer. So we have that set here. But is there anything else we'd like to see for the next one? Otherwise, we'll turn Customize back off. Unless, of course, if you guys want to keep it turned off, we can do that too. That is all up to you. Not seeing any other requests here, though, so why don't we just go with Isle of Kalamer? Oh, hold on. Surviving Exile, okay. So we have a song to add to that. Song, Arena, but nothing with regard to either player's team here, so it looks like we'll have them take whatever they'd like to take.
The Night Wings shall take on the withdrawn. Welcome,
And with us in the Chaotic Imp Arena,
the rites.
might that affect the way in which either player selects their team? Nor starts with a Ninja Stowaway.
Tizo.
Then it is an Exploding Tizo in the first spot there for iRotor. Ooh, and an unconventional choice there for Nor, going with a Savage with the Savage Legendary Talisman, sometimes considered to be the worst of the Legendary Talismans. Bouncing the cast off of barriers unpredictably. Might mean you can get extra banishments, but hard to plan around it. And, well, iRotor's gone double Imp here. You wondered when we saw the Imp Arena if either player would go the Imp route, but Nor goes all in on the Savages.
So did he expect me to go all in? I can go all in, but that was my plan.
It's totally up to you. It's totally up to you. I wasn't gonna say anything until you locked in. Honor says she
Also
did.
do something different. Wait.
It's your choice. Don't let us influence you. It's your decision. I will remain silent until you lock it. Oh, look at that! Hiroto goes triple
also
in.
benefiting from.
Now to the flame. Begin.
Alright, Anor. Gareth gets blocked and banished. And Anor defenseless here for the moment. Hiroto were able to banish with those throws, clearing out a little bit of space, enough so to get in this 23 damage throw. And Hiroto still first the orb there, even with Anor teleporting to it. But an opening here for Anor to throw it in for 14. Now Anor first the orb with her teleportation and setting up this 20 damage throw. Okay, maybe that was just a coincidence that time we saw Hiroto win the orb race, because we've seen Anor do it twice now with her teleportation. That throw is short. And Anor defenseless, at least momentarily, though here come a couple of savages. Hiroto through the portal, getting infinite stamina in the process. Looking for an opening here, but Tizo, unsuccessful. Gareth, back to the stowaway. Her throw intercepted. And Anor throwing her savages at the would-be attackers, although Hiroto back on the attack here. His throw decides against it. Back over to Raji, who's blocked and banished, but look at where that portal is for Hiroto. Very dangerous if Hiroto is to get the orb back. But it's Anor on the attack here, and does make it in here with this 20 damage throw. Anor runs into a bit of a wall of imps of the arena variety. Her throw is intercepted, and Hiroto goes straight in here and has the extra damage on his imp for 25 on that plunge. But no Tizo for this round for Hiroto. No prayer beads on him. Iron Tooth, however, stuns Anor. Hiroto trying to get rid of the last of Anor's exiles, and does so. So time now to throw this one in for 25. Dropping Anor down to 27, which means 2 more of those would be all that Hiroto needs. Anor teleporting to the orb, but getting banished in the process. Oh, and that was the last of Anor's exiles, and that is a very dangerous portal for Hiroto. His throw can banish, and does. And this one makes it in for 25, dropping Anor down to just 2 Pyre life. So Anor running out of time. Almer. He can banish with his throws, and he rides that momentum into the Pyre there for 20, which means Anor now needs 2 scores. But of course, no prayer beads on Almer, as we saw he has the banishing throw talisman. So she's now at best at 2 savages, but goes the Ninja Savage route. Can't find an opening for that stowaway throw. Hiroto nearly makes it in. Look at where that portal is, though. So Anor needs to be very careful not to let Hiroto get the orb back, otherwise it could be a near instantaneous score. There's the interception. Hiroto does not go the portal route, goes the direct route, and makes it in for the winning score.
The withdrawn prevail.
GG.
Their pyre nearly was extinguished there, but no.
It is pretty funny hearing the imps say the triumvirate name.
Until the
GG.
stars align.
Alright, let's reset back to our defaults, but otherwise, let us know, chat, if there's anything you would like to see for this next one. Not seeing anything here, though, so barring any last-minute requests, we'll have these two take whatever they'd like to take. So let's do it. Did we reset the arena? Because that's Isle of Kalamer. Did I forget to reset the arena? Or did we get a random Isle of Kalamer? I reset the song. I know I did that. Did I reset the arena? Did we just get a random Isle of Kalamer? Or did I do a silly Billy?
You can look.
Guess we could double check. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, that's... Looks like it was just a random Isle of Kalamer. There you go. Alright then. We shall see in that case. Could be a rematch with much the same teams, or perhaps the players may look to mix it up a bit here, but it is indeed a random Isle of Kalamer. Okay, and last time it was Iroder who went the Imp route, Anor went the Savage route. This time, Anor does go with an Imp in the first spot. As does Iroder. Okay, but not all Imps for Anor. That's a quick throwing Jody. But Iroder does go double Imp, this time Titan Tooth to stun anyone that he jumps into. And it feels strange to say, but was this actually the first time we've seen Anor take a nutritionistic Volfred today? Goes to the full rekindling route, which is not usually the direction we see her go, whereas Iroder finishes with a quick throwing demon of his own. The Imps collide, and it's Jody who's the first to get back to the orb here, but she gets exploded upon. Iroder defenseless, at least for a moment there, but Tiso has returned. Anor moving in with Volfred. And there is the classic Volfred Nutrition Stick blink straight into the Pyre. Jody banishes one defender, trying to avoid the second, but cannot. Anor defenseless. Oh, but the orb inadvertently hits her Pyre, bounces out, giving her just enough time. Mounted defense here. And now it's Iroder who's defenseless, and Anor who has an opportunity to throw this one in for an uncontested 15 damage throw. Those Imps narrowly, very nearly, blocks the orb. They are forming a bit of a wall in the middle of the arena. That throw from Jody is slightly short. Here comes Iroder. Titan Tooth will stun Anor, giving Iroder time to banish one of her exiles. But Jody has it back. She goes through her portal, but gets banished. Speaking of portals, Iroder goes through his and sets up a quick 30 damage throw. It's Iroder who wins the orb race, banishes the last of Anor's exiles, has the portal, has the time, has the space, and has the 30 damage throw. Now Anor first the orb, perhaps waiting for Iroder to banish her Imp to create a portal for Jody to go through, but it doesn't happen. And now both players defenseless. It's Anor who gets her exile back first, however, giving her time to throw this one in for 15. Wall of Imps, I think, blocking Anor more so than Iroder that time. Jody through the portal, gets infinite stamina when she does so, which she rides in for a 24 damage throw. And that drops Iroder down to 24, which means one more of those, and that would be all Anor needs here, as she locks down the orb with the sapling, but loses her sap, and by extension her sapling. And now it's Iroder on the counter, sneaks in for a quick throw from his demon, dropping Anor down to 10, and we have ourselves a sudden death match. Anor's Imp is not capable of dealing enough damage to win this with one score, but just about anyone else is. Including, but not limited to, Jody. On the orb here. Oh, but well-guarded portal play there for my Rotor as he goes through his portal with his demon. Banishing one of Anor's exiles, but here comes Volfred. Lines up the plunge, but not quite. Anor defenseless here. Sacrifices one exile, but has the rekindling. Remember, she took the full 50. So Anor holds on here with her second life bar. Volfred. Getting pushed into the corner by the Imp. Jody banishes one exile, but gets banished by the second. Hizbaleth goes through the portal and goes down. Jody stuck behind those imps. Now finally has it, but may have missed out on her opportunity. I wrote her with Hizbaleth. Gets the infant stamina after going through the portal. Trying to find an opening. Can't make it past Volfred, but banishes him with a throw. Anor has it back though. Gives it up to Jody. Through her portal, she goes down. Hizbaleth banished. I wrote her. Lunge is there for 25. Has the extra damage from the imps. That means now within scoring range here. Both players once again able to win this with one score. Volfred for Anor. Trying to line up the blink. Will it be him or will it be Jody? Volfred again. Back to Jody. Jody. Avoids banishment. Her portal gets reset, but she can still get the infinite stamina. And there it is.
The Night Wings prevail.
GG.
They somehow managed to scrape by despite their adversaries' efforts. The ceremony is complete.
Nor perhaps giving Ironer a bit of a taste of his own medicine there.
Until
The full rekindling sap, the imp with the infinite stamina portals, and then the quick throwing banishing throws demon. Alright, well chat, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for the next one. Four requests Knights of the Sea. So we have our song. Okay. Exile request from Core as well. Says Worm first. Will that be all, Core? Will that be all? Or do you have anything else in mind to go along with that? That's all from Core. Okay. Anything anyone else would like to do to tack on to that? Or will it just be Knights and a Worm in the first spot? Looks like that'll be it. So let's get started.
the Night Wings shall now
Okay, it's the Spring of Jomir.
withdrawn.
Worm in the first spot is the request from Core.
Who shall
Other than that, it's up to you. So Nor goes with an Exploding Gilman. iRotor also takes Gilman. So now it's up to them. They can take whatever they'd like from here on out. Anor goes with a power casting headwind. iRotor does a super speedy Udmilda with the Crone Salute so he can transform all of Anor's exiles into defenseless Howlers once during this upcoming match. Anor does take a quick throw in Crone, but does not go the Salute route. And last one for iRotor is an imp. Alright, so here we go. Worm versus Worm to lead things off, and it is iRotor who wins that race. It still loses his Worm. Nor trying to get rid of some defenders with the power cast. Not enough room for Bertrude to get through. Big explosions leave Anor defenseless here. It's time for iRotor with Udmilda to throw this one in for 25. Anor wins that race, but loses her Worm. Here comes iRotor with his, though. Throwing this one in for 9. Anor sneaks past, gives it back to Bertrude. Over one defender, and the quick throw is good for 30. iRotor first the orb this time. He gets banished before he can finish the throw. Bertrude goes around the other way, but can't avoid the defender. Now, Udmilda, lightning fast for iRotor. Has it back and sprints straight in for 30. Anor, her throw looks short. So iRotor gets it back. Through the portal he goes, although still gets banished. Anor only needs to get a little bit closer for the throw. And it is good still for the full 30. That makes this awfully close here, as both players looking at needing about 2 scores to take the win. Raji for iRotor. Banished, but sets up a dangerous portal. Nor has it back with Bertrude. One defender back for iRotor, but that's all he needs. Gilman. No stunning claim for him, as he tries to make it so his characters are the only ones that can move, although Anor on the counterattack throws this one in for 26, dropping iRotor down to 14, so 1 score from Anor is all she needs. Bertrude, rushed down. Udmilda, also banished. iRotor defenseless here. Will Raji come back in time? No, he will not.
Okay.
He goes down. Anor with the winning plunge. GG.
Confidently thwarted. The right is done.
Gilman Rage.
Until
All right.
the next rite.
Well, chat, we'll reset ourselves here, but otherwise, let us know if there's anything you want to see for the next one. Oh, okay, talismans I pick. Just the talismans. Interesting. Okay, now, a little bit of a point, well, clarifying question. Do players choose characters first and then I select the talismans? Or do I select the talisman first and then Anor and iRotor can pick whoever they want to use that talisman? Who is the one choosing first? They pick first. Okay, gotcha. Exiles, yeah, they pick exiles. Oh, and masteries as well, and then I add on at the very end the talisman. Gotcha. Okay. Anything else in addition to that? Doesn't look like it. So let's get this one started. I am picking talismans.
The Night Wings shall
Oh,
confront
well.
the withdrawal.
Well,
Welcome.
this does put me in a bit of a tough spot here.
Who shall conduct
I mean, there's the obvious talisman choices. Oblige the voice that tells you more. So Anor, you are picking your exile and your masteries, and then lastly, I am the one who is giving you a talisman, so you go right ahead. I need to decide if I want to go with what is perhaps the obvious talisman choices here. I don't know what direction I want to go in here. Okay, so Nor locks in Ruki. All left side. For the talisman, what does he get? He gets the legendary for talisman. Jomir's Fang.
Ruki?
To keep the casts on the ground longer. Okay. Palmus locked in here for iRotor. For him, you are going to get... You are going to get one of the rings.
Zap.
Okay, and Nora's all locked in here with Volfred. For him, he is going to get... Do you mind just open up, yeah, the talisman screen just so I can see what my options here are. Volfred is going to get Titan Tooth.
Volfred.
Okay, Dalbert, for him, he is going to have Bottled Void.
Dalbert.
Okay, and for Pamitha, she is going to have... She's going to be an exploding Pamitha with Vengeful Vow. Okay, then all left side Headwind is going to be your other ring bearer. So here we go. They chose the Exiles, they chose the Masteries, I chose the Talismans. Some odd choices, but that was kind of the idea. Give them an unusual team to try to work with here and see how they deal with it. See how they adapt. Dalbert, blocked, and there is Titan Tooth. Yes, I know that Volfred may not jump, but it does stun. And Ruki finds a way in there to plunge for 15. There is the bottled point activating on Iroder's side, moving the hockey pucks at the very least. Titan Tooth once again stunning Iroder, so it is working. And the saplings going to work here for Anor, clearing out a little bit of space for Pamitha. Switching into Volfred. There's the bottled void though, causing chaos as it does. Headwind hops around one defender. And might have shoulder smashed the second one, because we did see Iroder went all the way left side. So he makes it in here, and he has the leech as well. Ruki, back to Pamitha. Pamitha, back to Ruki. Ruki down. Pamitha banishes one. Blocked. Switches into Ruki. Ruki gets rid of the last defender. Dalbert comes back, though, with his bottled void, throwing Anor off. And he makes it all the way into the Pyre for 20. Here's Ruki. He's banished, but Lucky Break will bring him back quickly. Opening perhaps for Ruki. His momentum, though, takes him straight into the Pyre, rather than the throw that Anor was trying to charge up. Pamitha for Anor. Oh, look at that quick plunge. Switches into Volfred and blinks straight into the Pyre. Anor. Pamitha. Banished. That leaves just Ruki. Treats. Using the hockey puck for cover. But does go down. And Pamitha now back. So perhaps bought just enough time to get some players back defensively. Pamitha switches back into Ruki, who plunges here for 15. Pamitha, oh, explodes. In fact, all of Iroder's team explodes as well. Here's Dalbert, though. He returns quickly. Trying to find a way around Volfred, but cannot do so. Pamitha. Blocked. Banished. But she explodes, taking out Iroder's exile. Will Dalbert have time to make it in? Yes, he will. Ruki. He's stopped. Gets rid of one defender. Pamitha. Which is back into Ruki. Then Pamitha. Back to Ruki. Back to Pamitha. Who's it gonna be now? Iroder shuts that down. Headwind. He's banished. And that leaves Iroder defenseless for the time being. Can Anor strike quickly enough here? Not quite. Iroder, once again with Headwind. Remember, he is Dalbertless for this round, making matters a little bit more difficult for him, because right now finds himself defenseless until Palmas comes back just in time to make that defensive play. Headwind returns as well. Headwind. Well-timed pass, and suddenly Iroder with an opportunity here, plunging with Headwind, retaking the lead. And one more of those is all Iroder needs here is Headwindless in this round, so numbers advantage to Anor. Both players with saps. How much rekindling, if any, did they take? Ooh, elusive Dalbert there. Somehow avoids the banishment. Except gets Titan Tooth, stunning Iroder, giving Anor almost enough time to get that throw off, but Panther once again explodes, getting rid of the well-positioned defender, giving time for Rookie to throw this in. Rookie blocked. Well-placed sapling for Iroder. Moves in with Palmas. The forced to retreat and gets banished. Edwin. Double banishment from the exploding sapling, though Delbert returns quickly. Here he is. He's blocked on the Pyre's doorstep. Ametha uses Volfred successfully as a wood shield. His throw may be unblockable from this range. No, it's intercepted. Iroder finds a way around. And there is the rekindling. It's 10 on Anor's second life bar. Next score for Iroder could finish it all. Headwind. Well switched. Redirected cast from Anor there to still take Headwind down. Anor starting to run out of time. Volfred shields, but not long enough to fend off that cast. The orb stuck in the corner and shoulder smash gets rid of Anor's exile and Headwind over the defender and in for the winning plunge. GG.
Their pyre burns whilst that of their adversaries is but ash.
Well played. With some, shall we say, unconventional talisman selections.
Until the stars align.
Was wrecked by your own strategy. 1 versus 1. Alright, well chat, of course, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for this next one, and we'll make it happen. That was me picking the talismans for both of our players. Rollenbird is choosing exiles. See what Brawlenbert has in mind. Random exiles using the Discord bot, that we can do. It has been too long. Too long since we last did that. Let's take a look then, shall we? As a reminder, when we do this, we will go in the order in which the bot selects these exiles. So Iroder has gone first. In the first spot, he will get Ignarius, then Tizo. Then if you get a repeat, then we can try again. But it's Ignarius, Tizo, then Manly, or rather Zaxiana, for Iroder in that order. For Anor, it's Jody, then the Stowaway, then Messenger. Two pretty well-rounded teams here. Many exiles that I feel like these players might take of their own accord, but remember, in that order. So it's Ignarius, Tizo, Zaxiana for Iroder. It's Jody, the Stowaway, and Messenger Imp for Nor. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Anor says, also ready to swap out if there's anyone who wants to jump in, so heads up chat if anyone is interested in getting in on the action, let us know. Okay, and also Core says, let's make this one happen at the Ridge. So we have exiles, we have a location. Do we have anything else that we would like to see for this next one? What are we thinking? Will this all suffice? Looks as though that may be the case, so let's get it started.
The Night Wings shall take on the Withdrawn. Welcome.
Okay, so we know the exiles that they're going to take.
Who shall conduct the
What we
rites?
don't yet know is the masteries or talismans that they will use to make it all work. Might they need to go with a a different strategy than the one they were expecting, a different approach. Nor goes with the not quite meta demon per se, still quick throw and banishing throws, yes. But also took Brazen Manor. That's what Iroda does here as well. So both players had a demon in the first spot. That'll make the opening plays here as they both race toward the orb very interesting to see, although Anor may look to go with a saluting stowaway, which may win out in terms of speed toward the orb, but in the second spot means she'll have to switch over to the stowaway anytime she wants to do that. Is that going to be quick enough to still win the opening race? And it's Web Lanthorn Tizo for Iroder. Web Lanthorn Messenger Imp for Norse. There you see Imp and Demon on both sides and set up in much the same way. Key difference being that, as we're seeing here, Iroder has a harp, whereas Anor has a savage. So here we go. Ignarius gets rid of Jody. Has the orb back here, but he goes down, and that brings back Jody. Jody. Through the portal she goes, gets infinite stamina in the process, speeds forward, vanishes with the throw, and has time now. Oh, to set up Brazen Manor. 30 damage on that throw, though. Does Brazen Manor need to be a plunge, or can it be a throw as well? I honestly don't remember. It feels like, for whatever reason, every time we have someone doing Brazen Manor, they're always looking to plunge rather than throw. Speaking of throws, that one's slightly short for my rotor. Anor deliberately banishes her imp so that she can use that portal to give Jody the speed boost to go through and throw this one in for 24. It didn't trigger yet? There's that little delay? Okay, that must have been why. A dangerous portal there for Iroder, if he can get the orb back. But it's Anor on the attack here. First with the stowaway. She goes down, though. Jody, successful defensively, banishes one of Iroder's exiles, then gets banished by Ignarius, who goes down to Messenger Imp, and suddenly Iroder defenseless momentarily, but now has a couple of teammates back near the Pyre. Jody, not quick enough. Oh, and Messenger Imp going through, trying to banish the entirety of Iroder's team, and does so. Sets up a portal, which Jody goes through, picking up the orb, but Iroder quick enough to get some exiles back here, and stop Jody. Iggy banishes one, and now it's Anor who's defenseless. Is Iroder quick enough? Yes, he is. Throws this one in for 30. Demon versus Demon. The casts miss, but the jumps do not. It's Iroder who ends up with the orb, though. Gets rid of Jody, but goes down, and that brings Jody back. Stowaway for Anor. Oh, here comes Iroder through that portal. Surprise! Here's Ignarius. Oh, does the Brazen Manor, does he have time for it to kick in? No. Loses that opportunity. But back through the portal Iroder goes, and perhaps this time does have time to throw this one in for 30. Jody. No, it's Iroder who wins the race with Ignarius. But once again, they're both hip-hopping around. It's Jody who wins out in that trampoline battle. Stowaway's throw banishes, but does not make it in. Toxiana for Iroder against Messenger Imp. Pushes, but doesn't have quite enough momentum to make it into the Pyre there. Jody goes through the portal, gets infinite stamina, giving her the speed boost she needs for 28 on that throw, dropping Iroder down to 18, which means one score may be all that Anor needs here. Iroder trying to clear out a little bit of space for Ignarius, but he does go down. The stowaway. Remember, she can banish with her throws, but doesn't quite hit the mark there. Somehow avoids the defender, though, and then banishes her there. Aggressive plays with the stowaway from Anor, but doesn't quite add up to anything. But once again, teleporting to the orb, nearly gets pushed into the Pyre. But now it's Jody. No one to stop her here. And so she finishes it with the throw.
The night wings prevail.
GG.
The scribes themselves surely have taken note. Thus end this night's proceedings.
Well played. All right, let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
And chat, let us know if there's anything else you'd like to see for the next one. I think Anor was saying she was looking to swap out soon. So if there is anyone in chat who wants to get in on the action, let us know. Otherwise, we may be looking at our last 1 or 2 matches between Anor and iRotor. So if there's anything you really want to see between these two, let's make it happen. Okay, Anor can stay, but she's willing to swap out now, so either way, she has the flexibility. Thanks, Anor. Just to clarify, gotcha. Gotcha. I don't know. Is Duff looking to play today? Didn't we see Duff for a single 1 or 2 rites a week or 2 ago? I think we got Duff in briefly before, didn't we? Will he grace us with his divine gameplay? Well, not seeing any signs of requests nor any word from Duff as to whether he's interested in jumping in now, so no pressure if you don't want to do so, of course. You are welcome to just, well, watch and let us know if there's anything you want to see these other players use. So why don't we get this next one started? You hear the water? I think it's Follisolium, though. It is. Okay. Not the boat. Not this time, at least.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
No worries, Duff. No worries. So no requests on this one, Anor. You are free to take whatever you'd like. Alright, and so she goes back to Volfred in the first spot. Whereas iRotor goes Exploding Tizo. Ooh, Anor going with an offensive Tizo there, the extra damage from the talisman. And a second in for iRotor, this time with Titan Tooth to stun anyone that he flies into. Now Anor finishing things off with a quick throwing Crone. iRotor also going the quick throwing route, though in his case, it's with a demon. So here we go. Tizo. Banished. iRotor goes through the portal, but Anor is on the attack here with Volfred, eyeing that blink into the pyre. Big banishment there from Tizo. Here is the other Tizo. He goes down, but takes down Bertrude with him. Wolfred locks down the orb with the sapling. Now moves in. Away he goes, and toward the pyre, but not enough time to finish the throw. Tizo, over the cast. Over the defender, but does get blocked. But then banishes almost everyone else. Here's Wolfred once again. Close to the pyre, but banished before he can make it in. Iroder with an extremely dangerous portal there. Look, that is right next to Anora's pyre. Though Anor somehow finds a way to fend off that attack. But Iroder able to keep the pressure on whenever he'd like to go through that portal. Anor with Tizo. That's thwarted. But Anor still has it with Bertrude. Goes down, and remember, there is the portal. Iroder goes through it for a 30 damage plunge. Wolfred trying to fend off Tizo, but cannot as they take each other out. Raji blocked, but Titan Tooth stuns Anor. Bertrude cut off by Tizo. Now pressing forward and explodes on all of Anor's exiles. Numbing Gust is active, slowing down Iroder. But with that portal, he can still get to the orb first and make it in here for 15. Once again, Wolfred and Tizo take each other out. Vizpaleth. Oh, nearly a 180 cast there, but Vizpaleth does still go down. Bertrude over the defender, but the defender quick enough to catch up to her. Anor. Vizpaleth back to defend. Bertrude. Thinking about the portal, goes through it, setting up this quick throw. Tizo for Iroder. Banishes one, might have been looking for something more like that, taking out all of Anor's exiles. Triggers Numbing Gust, meaning that Iroder cannot sprint, jump, throw, or use any other special abilities until Anor gets someone back. And that means Iroder had to wait a little bit before he can make an aggressive move there, and that buys Anor enough time to get the orb back. Still a dangerous portal for Iroder. Next to Anor's pyre. Is within the safety of a sapling, yes. Will that be enough to stop Iroder here? Because through he goes. Vizpaleth still banished, though. Wolfred. Into the safety of his sapling. Bertrude from the other side. Who will it be? Not Wolfred. This throw from Bertrude is short. Iroder eyeing his portal. Banishes the defender. Banishes the other defender, but Bertrude comes out in time to take out the would-be attacker. Oh, an opening here, but somehow Anor gets it back, loses the last of her exiles, and now it's Wolfred, as Anor just tries to get it out from near her pyre, as she was trapped there for quite some time, now on the attack with Wolfred, and enough time to throw this one in for 11. Tizo. Locked and banished. Iroder also sends an imp through that portal, and that clears out a little bit of space for Vizpaleth. That means one more of those, and Iroder could potentially go through all of Anor's pyre life here. Of course, Anor does have a sap, and therefore, I believe, has 10 rekindling on her second life bar. But we may be about to get some confirmation there, as here comes Iroder. Banishes one defender with the throw. Makes it in with this throw, and yes, there is the second life bar. It is 10 life on it. So now next score for Iroder would do the trick. Vizpaleth goes down and takes out one defender. Anor still the Tizo back there. The Titan Tooth stuns him, giving Iroder a little bit of time here. Titan Tooth once again using it offensively, although just enough of an aura there to block him from making it in. Nor on the counter now. Volfred. Back over to Tizo. Iroder sending in an imp to take him out, and does so. Thor will get Bertrude first. She gets Titan Tooth. Volfred. Tried to pass it back to her teammate, but Bertrude went down. Volfred back with it now. Tizo to go the other way. Volfred. Elusive. Volfred with it back now. Vids positioned well to stop Volfred from blinking in. Can Nor find another way to get a score here? Just trying to find an angle. And it looked like that could have been it, but Iroder was quick enough to respond defensively, and now here comes Vids. Banishes what was Anor's last defender. Will Iroder have time here? Has to make it around the sapling. And that throw finishes it.
The withdrawn prevail.
GG.
Perhaps they do deserve their freedom after all. The ceremony.
What a slippery sap. That was a very elusive Volfred there, as Nor was just trying to find some way through, but Iroder up to the task defensively.
Until the stars align.
I'll play like 1 or 2 more matches.
Okay. So it sounds like both players may be looking to swap out soon. So again, if there is anyone in chat who's interested in jumping in here, let us know. Iroder and Nor is curious if you would like to go with original setups. By that, do you mean like
Sure.
the original Nightwings, original Withdrawn?
Well, clarify, I guess. I think I know what you mean, but...
Are you talking like Headwind, Jody, Rookie for you, and then what is it? Udmilda? Is it technically a Savage and an Imp, or is it Udmilda plus 2 Imps?
Yeah, thank you. I know.
Alright, it sounds like Anor and Iroder have a plan.
I definitely know after your first pick, right?
Okay. Okay. In that case, why don't we get this one started? And we'll see what exactly it is these two are scheming up here.
The Nightwings shall take on the withdrawn. Welcome. Who shall conduct
Oh.
the rites?
Okay, no, that is not what I expected to see. All left side, prayer beads Pamitha, so she can salute.
Exile.
And then an imp in the first spot for Iroder. Okay, I readily admit in that case I have no idea what you meant by original setups. We are seeing some of their go-to players as, yes, Nutrition Stick, all right side for full rekindling on Palmas, a classic pick for Iroder. Jody for Nor. And then Meta Vids for Iroder. Alright. Big banishments to start things off. Speedy Vids banishes the defender, but has time to follow that one up, get the rebound, and plunge for 30. Ametha switches into Jody, who gets rid of Palmas, and now suddenly no one to stop Jody here, as she gets an uncontested 30 from this throw. Ametha bursts the orb, switches into Jody. The orb remains unclaimed here. Nor locks it down with the sapling, moves in, with her harp, switches in to Volfred, but he's banished. Ametha into Jody. Room for her to plunge for 30. Ametha first, switches into Volfred this time. He tries to blink next to the Pyre, but he's banished. Vizpaleth. Nor lining up the cast. And does take out Vizpaleth. Now it's Pamitha's turn, but she goes down quickly. And Iroder brings back Vizpaleth. Through the portal she goes, but she gets banished by that sapling. Nor with the off-the-wall throw, excuse me. This time, the more straightforward throw. But Iroder in position to intercept. Through the portal with Vizpaleth, giving infinite stamina, although Anor able to get the orb back here, well shielded. Perhaps, yes, looking to move that sapling a little bit closer. Perhaps getting her within the unblockable sap throwing range, because this one does make it in for 21. But of course, we did see Iroder take the full rekindling. That means he will have 50 Pyre life on his second life bar. So even if Anor is to score next, still a ways to go. But it's Vizpaleth here, off the wall, banishing the defender. Then follows up with the plunge. Ametha, blocked, but switches into Jody, banishing Palmas, getting the orb back and giving it up to Pamitha. Switches back into Jody, knocks back the defender, gets the orb back, switches back to Pamitha, into Volfred this time, other side of the Pyre, throws it in for 8. Ametha switches to Jody, just in time for her to get banished. Iroder with Vizpaleth. Lost that opportunity with the infinite stamina though, but has it back momentarily. Ametha to Jody. As Iroder banishes the entirety of Anor's team, triggering Numbing Gust so he cannot sprint, jump, or throw. But with that portal, may still have enough time here with Vizpaleth. Ametha has enough time to at least push Vizpaleth back, getting that throw out of range. That is a very dangerous portal for Iroder. As Anor tries to move in with Jody, but she gets banished. Ametha, her cast thwarted. As Iroder holds on here and tries to move in with Vizpaleth, but she goes down. As does Volfred for Anor. Jody. Treats. Now looking for some space, but she goes down. Here comes Iroder. Unsuccessful this time. Going the northern route with Palmas. He's stopped. Jody, the only one to avoid banishment there. Now does Anor wait for reinforcements or try to seize this opportunity? Well, she went for it, but lost Jody and is now defenseless until Pamitha and Volfred return. Pamitha down. And there is the throw from Vizpaleth for 26. Pamitha, first the orb, switches into Jody. Jody banished. Pamitha also banished. Volfred banished. Anor defenseless here. But Iroder, a ways away from the orb with Numbing Gust active, will slow him down considerably. And not enough time to do anything with that opportunity. And Anor, conversely, plunges with Jody and triggers that rekindling. So now Iroder onto the second life bar. And as we said, it is 50 for that second life bar. Oh, and look at that. Iroder just flies over the defender, banishes the defender, waits for the other defender to return, only to take it out, get the orb back, and was trying to find a way through, expecting for Anor to get someone back quickly from banishment, and a little bit of patience paid off here, as Vizpaleth throws this one in for 23. Jody knocks back some defenders, but not Raji, as he takes her out, as well as Volfred. It does set up a dangerous portal. Anor has it covered, so Iroder opts to go the more direct route. Loses Vizpaleth, but here's Palmas. He's banished. Jody for Anor. Volfred. Back to Jody. Volfred down. Jody by herself here. Knocks back one defender, but gets stopped by the second. Still in it, though. Has the orb back. And Drew forces her way in for 30. Remember, this is Irota's second life bar. That means one more score may be all that Anor needs here. But it's Irota on the attack. Ispaleth. Anor tries to wait for Vispaleth to land, but does have enough time to get the throw in. That is Anor's rekindling, getting her back to 10 Pyre life on her second life bar, which means at this stage, we have ourselves a sudden death match. Next score will do it.
Okay.
And there it is.
The withdrawn prevail. I thought for certain they would not.
GG.
The rite is done.
Anor is deeply offended, for what it's worth.
Until the next rite.
I am not sure why this is the case.
I'm actually not sure either.
Nor you may need to explain yourself.
I probably was supposed to know, but I don't.
Should have seen it coming, she says. The final imp score, yeah, snuck in there in between the two defenders. Alright, well, chat, let us know if there's anything else you'd like to see between these two. I think Anor and Irota were both saying they were looking to swap out soon. And so, in fact, let me get a more direct response from chat. Is there anyone else who would like to jump in once these two are done? Or, if not, might we be approaching Liberation Rite time? Be a little bit early to do that, but if we don't have anyone waiting in the wings to replace either of these two players, then perhaps that is what we have in the cards. So is there anyone who would like to hop in after these two are done? I'd say perhaps at this point, we're far enough into the night that we could get someone else in, we could get someone back in if they were playing earlier. Rollenbert says could probably hop in after this one. Okay, we have at least one, and ideally we get another person to go in against Rollenbert. If we don't have someone else from chat, then I can jump in. So at the very least, I think we can make that work between Rollenbert and myself. If not, one other person from chat to go in instead of me. Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. So in that case, sounds like we will not be entering our Liberation Rite protocols, at least not yet. But this may still be our last one between Anor and Irota, so let us know, chat, if there is anything that you would very much like to see between these two. Anor, going the festive route, never to return, withdrawn version, just because. Anything else? We have the song. Will that be all? It appears as though it will be, barring any last-minute requests. We'll get this one started, and we'll have them take whatever they'd like to take.
The Night Wings.
And we're in the book,
The withdrawn.
so a small arena here,
Welcome.
which may affect how they choose to compose their teams. As Anor leads off with an all left side prayer beads Pamitha so she can switch places with her closest ally using her salute. Rotor goes with a stunning Titan Tooth Dalbert there in the first spot. Honor will take a quick throwing Bertrude. Whereas Iroder goes power casting, shoulder smashing, Lendl. Honor also going power casting Headwind. And Iroder finishes with a Nutrition Stick, Palmas. 10 rekindling there. Here comes Honor, plunging in with Headwind to get things started. Titan Tooth, stunning Iroder. Or was it Honor? Iroder took the Titan Tooth on Dalbert, did he not? Well, everyone gone on Iroder's side. And enough time and space for Honor to finish this throw with Bertrude for 30 damage. There is the Titan Tooth, except Honor able to switch out of it quickly. Dalbert down. Lendl down. That leaves, at least momentarily, Iroder defenseless, though here come his reinforcements, and he returns the favor, taking out all of Honor's exiles except the orb. Inadvertently hits Honor's Pyre, bouncing out. And not enough time for Iroder there. Unfortunate in his case. Now it's Iroder defenseless, at least momentarily. We'll see if once again the tides turn. Honor in with Headwind, but not quite. Lendl, vanished. Almost unable to shield off that cast. The Titan Tooth. Dalbert makes it in here, plunging for 20. Ametha, pushed away from the orb. Exploding Sapling also takes out Bertrude. But down goes Palmas. Down goes Headwind. Down goes Lendl. That leaves just Pamitha here. And with that, she has time to throw it in for 20. Ametha switches into Headwind for Honor, and a double shoulder smash there between the Nomads. Time perhaps for this throw. Oh no, it's intercepted from Honor. Dalbert follows up, gets shoulder smashed, but the Titan Tooth does stun Honor. Uncontested, however, the stun is just enough time to get Iroder and Defender back. Iroder on the counterattack. Dalbert still at it here. Now he goes down. Headwind. Stuck in a corner. Over to Bertrude. She goes down. Nomad versus Nomad. Headwind wins that duel. No one to stop him right now. So he can throw and has a little bit of leech. It's 18 damage, slightly less than his maximum, and 9 leech. But it does mean 1 score is all Honor needs here to trigger the rekindling. Iroder does have 10 of that, though, and he plunges here for 20. Down goes Palmas. Oh, big double banishment there from Lendl, but he goes down. That leaves Bertrude with no one to stop her. So this throw triggers that rekindling. As we said, it is 10. This is Iroder's second and final life bar. Dalbert. Oh, for a second there, it looked like he found a way past Bertrude, but Bertrude able to recover in time to banish him. Here's Palmas, though. He goes in for the plunge for 25. But no prayer beads on him. That means now Iroder, an exile down in a crucial point of time in this rite. Headwind banished. Everyone down. Opportunity, perhaps, for Iroder. Goes the throwing route, which means not only 20 damage, but also 10 leech. And gets everyone back. Here comes Bertrude. Her throw is unblockable. Does that have enough on it? It does.
Okay.
GG.
I made a mistake with the positioning of the
Or
exile.
you could say they managed to avoid defeat. Thus end this night's proceedings.
GG. Alright. Let's head on back.
Till the stars align.
And Honor and Iroder, I mean, you're welcome to stick around. It just sounded like you guys
Play
were
one
saying...
more.
One more? Okay. Honor, you good for one more as well? It sounds like we may be able to get Brawl and Bird in here to take your place if you are looking to switch now. Up to you. Whatever you prefer. Good for one more? Okay. Okay, one more between these two in that case. So let's reset our song, but other than that, I mean, well, nothing remains claimed here. Yeah, totally. Totally. So, is there anything that we want for this encore between these two? Anything we would like to see? Or do we just want them to take whatever they want to take? Never to return Nightwings this time. I suppose that makes sense. Returning the favor after we got Iroder's Never to Return version. Now we get Honor's. Yeah, we have the normal Never to Return, right? Is the last one all Never to Return? Listed as Nightwings? It is listed as Nightwings. Okay. There it is. So we have the song. Anything else on top of that? Or will that do? Looks like that'll be it. So that means they'll take whatever they want to take.
The Nightwings
And it's the Glade of Lou.
shall confront the withdrawn. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
So for Honor, it's her classic Numbing Gust Nutrition Stick Volfred. For Iroder, it's an Exploding Raji. Took the Imp Salute as well. Yeah, I noticed that as well, Honor. Took the Imp Salute. Don't know if Iroder was anticipating that Honor might take a Saluting Crone. Otherwise, that mastery tends not to find much use. Honor going for extra damage on Tizo. And Titan Tooth on Delbert, so he'll stun anyone that he jumps into. And Fell Swoop saluting Prayer Beads Pamitha. And lastly, Meta Viz Paleth. Alright, so here we go. Here is Iroder turning into a Howler, just to show that, hey, perhaps there is some use for this little trick. Honor, hiding some time, goes through her portal. Ametha can't quite make it in time. Viz Paleth goes down, but Iroder does still have a fairly dangerous portal, though it is blocked off by that sapling. Though here comes Delbert, swooping in, around the defender and in, for a 20 damage plunge. Oh, and in the Glade of Lou, we also have one of the alternate versions of Never to Return. Is this not the Darren only version? think it may be. It's a little bit way to spice it up. Thought that was only the case when we specifically chose Blade of Blue rather than getting a random Blade of Blue, but I think this is only Darren that we're hearing here.
No, it just depends on the map, not on
Okay.
how you choose that.
Vids down. Raji. Cornered a bit here, goes down but takes Volfred with him. But there's Honor's portal, setting her up, and remember she took extra damage on the talisman with her imp, so that's 23 on that throw. Yeah, I like it as well. I like mixing it up every now and again. Ooh, Vids through the portal for a quick 30 damage throw. Of course, as the Pyre lives grow low, the arena gets more and more crowded. Ametha trying to push her way through, but not this time. Dalbert, he speeds in. There is the Howler version of Raji, just to mess with Honor's head. Here he is, using it to help maneuver around the sapling a bit. Ametha through the portal, but blocked. Here is Pamitha. She's banished. Just Raji for iRotor, but has a dangerous portal to go through. Now iRotor defenseless, as is Honor. First one to come back looks like it'll be Honor's Volfred. Pamitha around the other way. Switches into Tizo. Gets rid of one defender. Banishes another defender. Volfred through the portal now. Sets up a sapling for safety. Goes the throwing route. And gets this one in for 15. Oh, big banishment there for iRotor. Volfred on the run, but not quick enough to avoid Vids. Numbing Gust active though, slowing iRotor down until Honor gets some exiles back, and here they are. Here comes Vids. Ametha. That's back for Honor, but she's blocked. Sapling goes down. Heightened Tooth stuns Honor. iRotor looking for a way through this wall of 3 exiles and a sapling in front of Honor's Pyre. Ametha switches into Tizo. He's blocked. Banishes one defender. Banishes the second defender. Sets up a portal. Ametha switches to Volfred. Volfred on the Pyre's doorstep has to go for the plunge. Oh, big explosion there. Gets rid of the last of Honor's exiles. Portal is right next to Honor's Pyre. And so there goes Vids. And there goes the rekindling. Honor's second life bar, 10 life on it. So Honor running out of time here. Ametha, oh, look at that!
Okay.
iRotor sneaks past for the winning plunge.
Hey, thanks for the games.
Thanks for the rights.
And I'll watch. If Brian Boy wants to play.
Thanks for stopping by.
Until the stars align.
Good to have you both.
Oh, that's fine.
Alright, so I believe both iRotor and Honor are looking to swap out here. Brawlenbert, we were talking about maybe getting you in after this. You'll probably head out as well. Okay, no worries, Honor. Thanks for stopping by. So we're looking for 2 people here. So we'd love to get 2 people in from chat. As I was saying, I can be the second person if needed, but I would prefer to get as many of you all in as possible. That is the goal. So let me know who would like to take Honor and iRotor's place. I think we were saying, Brawlenbert, we were hoping to get you in. So if possible, that would be great. Yep. Awesome. All right. In that case, why don't I send you the invite now? There we go. All right, so we're getting Brolenbert. We're looking for one more. As I said, I can be that second one, but if we have another person in chat who's looking to get back in on the action, let me know. We're happy to get you in. I think at this point, we're far enough along in the RITE NITE that we could have someone back in who was playing earlier today, if you're looking to get back in on the action, because, of course, this is Brolenbert's first time in tonight, so it'll, at the very least, be a new matchup. And Brolenbert, which triumvirate would you like to be? Tempers for you. Okay. Let's put you on player 1. Let's make you... You're a controller, right, Brolenbert? Not mouse keyboard? I thought you were a controller, but I may be misremembering. Controller? Okay, perfect. Let's switch you over to the tempers here. No more Mr. Nightwings. There we go. Alright, so should it be me to jump in here as player 2? Or do we have someone else who'd like to do the honors? What are we thinking? What are we thinking, chat? Should this old man hop in as player 2? Alright, one moment, let me just dust off my monocle. And by that I mean plug in my controller. Alright. If Brolenbert does Liberation Right, want to hear the Tempers version. We rarely have. That's true. That is true. Yeah, remind me, because we usually go with the player 2's version of Never to Return with Liberation Right, but very rarely do we get the Never to Return Tempers edition. That is right. That is right. Okay, so I'll hop in as player 2 here. Let me just confirm. That's where it's... Oh, no. Did it put... Oh, hold on. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yes, I'm player 2. Okay, perfect. Tempers and Pyre Hearts, are those colors different enough? Or should I go with something that is easier to distinguish? What do we think? They're different enough? Okay. We think so? Think they're fine? Okay. I'll stick with Pyre Hearts then. Let's do that. I will not be going withdrawn. I will be going Pyre Hearts. There we are. Okay. Great. So, let us know, chat, if there is anything you would like to see between Brolenbert and myself. Otherwise, we'll take this as a warm-up match here. Up to you. Let's see, there was something that you guys were doing earlier that gave me an idea of what I wanted to try. What was it exactly? I think I remember. Didn't reset the theme? Oh, let's do that. Good call. Good call. Yeah, alright, so no requests for this one, so we'll just take whatever we want to take here. We'll do a little bit of a warm-up. Rage of Demons. Hold on, we can still make it happen. We can still make it happen. It's still I pressed the start right button rather than switching the song. Hold on, it's still possible. It can be done. I assure you, it can still be done. There. Totally a professional. Totally a professional here. Oh, I hear the imps. I hear the imps on the Isle of Kalamer. Okay, so no requests. Brawlenbert, you're free to take whatever you'd like. You are free to take whatever you would like. It is the Isle of Kalamer. Ooh, more Rage of Demons after this. Sounds like people are saying we just haven't gotten enough of this temper action going on. Okay, first of all, I would just like to acknowledge that the deluge is the exploding worm. Let's see. I mean, do we say, well, excuse me, Gilman is supposed to be the one, not using the exploding talisman, but instead the bright wisp. Enough of this blasphemy. So for the record, this is already not the thing that I was saying that I was interested in doing. Anord, no. No. Don't test me. Don't make me turn this car around. Okay, it's a big Ignatius. So, I mean, this was not really what I was planning to do. Go with Gilman first. Now I'm not really sure where I want to take it from here. Is kind of where I'm at right now. So where does that leave me? This is gonna be a weird team. This is gonna be kind of a weird team, is what I think I am going to have to live with. Of all the teams, this may be a weird one. Okay, plunging Bertrude. Then with my last one, is it an offensive character? Is it a defensive character? Great question that I don't know the answer to. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe we keep it simple here? Really tempted to go with another offensive character, but maybe that's not the best idea. One of the teams. Ooh, there we go. Series of explosions there. Oh, whoops. How's it going, Vizier? Brawlenbert, first one to strike here. Ooh, I still went down. Oh, right, I did not do the exploding worm thing. I totally ran straight into you as if I was exploding. I don't have an exploding worm. Right. Mistakes have been made. I was also debating whether to go Prayer Beads or to go Titan Tooth, and it's times like those when... Ooh, times like those when I do plunge with Panther where I go, you know, it probably would have been ideal. Probably would have been ideal if I had gone Prayer Beads instead. That's going in, right? Okay, cool. Whoops. Also whoops. Quick throw. Yeah! You're right. This is the talisman that Gilman must have. Immediately backfires. Pretty much. Pretty much. It's not so much that it backfired as much as I just, like, straight up forgot what I had. And it was kind of significant, is the thing. No, I couldn't. That's also not who I wanted. Whoa, that was fast. Stamina, 4 for 4.
Absolution.
Okay, see, like, here's the thing, is we're now down to Pamitha, which is not really a position that I'd like to find myself in. That's not good. That's very not good. Oh, Tizo. It's gonna take you a long time to come back here. This is game. GG. I need the warm-up, it looks like. Well played.
The adversaries must be rather shaken after that. The rite is ended.
Alright, well, let's head on back. And chat, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for the next one.
Right.
Warm up, you say? Alright, well, in that case, customize is turning off. We have another Rage of Demons here. That means the only thing we have left might be an arena, if that is of interest. Otherwise, we'll have randomized exiles, masteries, and talismans. Won't even get to see what those are in advance. We're just going to get thrown straight into the action. Looks like that's gonna be it, though, so let us resume. Alright, so what will we end up here? What will we end up with here? It's the spring, it's 2 demons, and a nomad, versus 1 demon, a crone, and a savage. That's Orlek, for what it's worth. Oh, what? That's an exploding demon? Excuse me? Oh, not fast enough. This is a problem. This is a problem. Of the things that are problems, this is one of them. Do I have Bottled Void? Was that Bottled Void on Ulmer? Well, I have Infinite Stamina with Ulmer? Okay, that's not usually what I like to do, but... Fairy Spirit, you say? Oh, no, I want that. I do want that. As it turns out, I would like to have that. I've got to have it. And the crone recovery time is so terrible. Oh, nope, I did not have my ore back. I keep on forgetting that your demon explodes. Is not something that I'm used to seeing. Hello there, I'm totally going this way. I'm totally going this way. I'm not going this way. I think we fooled him. That your exploding demon? Or is your other demon your exploding demon? Nope, don't do that. Don't do that. Get knocked back. Get knocked back. Get knocked back. Make it in. No! Oh, oh dear. Oh, it is Bone Void and it actually worked. It actually worked. It saved me. It saved me. What? You were shooting star as well? That's not good. That's not good. Oh, that is not the extra jumping distance. It is definitely not the extra jumping distance. Ooh. Ooh. Me gusta. Oh, you still got me though. Oh, I do have. Okay, I do have sudden grasp. I do have sudden grasp. This is good to know. This is very good to know. Oh, I'm still not fast enough though. Okay, this Jody is the exploding demon. Jody is the one that explodes. So I'm just gonna have to settle for that here, because at least we can do this. This is a weird one. This is a weird one. Stop blowing up, Jody. Oh, you still got me. You still got me with the blow up. Fairy Spirit. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. He's so fast. She's so fast. I missed the jump. I just flat out missed the jump. That's just inexcusable. That's just inexcusable. Ooh, you got me. You got my toe. You got my toe. You still explode. As it turns out, you do in fact still explode. Quickly.
Almost
Ooh.
threw it in.
Yep, I know. I don't usually use it. What? Okay, that was the wrong salute, but I guess we'll settle for it. In fact, this should do the trick. Why sudden grasp when you can use Feral Curse?
The Pyre Hawks prevailed.
Who knew?
'Twas as though the
GG.
skies themselves stood
That
ready.
was a weird one. That was a weird one indeed.
The rite is ended.
All right, well played. Well played.
Until the stars align.
All right, so that was our last ranged demon. So let's reset the song. But let us know if there's anything else you guys want to see or hear for this next one. We'll turn customize back on unless you want to see more of that. Let us know. What are we thinking? What do we want for this next one? Certain plan. Certain plan. There it is. Okay. So we have the song. Boet. The boat. Okay. Okay. Let me just say, I do certainly have a plan for this one then. Anything else? Anything else, or will you leave us to our own devices here? What are we thinking? What might Lids possibly have in stow for us here? What might he possibly be planning? I can't even fathom it. No way you could possibly predict what Lids has in mind. It just cannot be done. Alright, not seeing anything else here though, so let's get going with the song and the arena.
The Tempers shall confront the Pyre Hearts. Well,
Alright, so what does Brawlenbert do here? You dare use Gareth against me? Well, I mean, in that case, in case it wasn't blatantly obvious, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It is going to happen. I mean, like, yes, Brazen Manor, but at least for some, well, I mean, of all the people to take Brazen Manor, you should probably put it on Iggy. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Mistakes, perhaps. Perhaps mistakes were made. But what are the implications there, Tals? Look, okay, maybe we won't take Ignarius after all. Maybe we'll take Vispaleth instead. Then we can do something like Flame Leech.
demon.
I know, exactly. It just didn't feel right. It just didn't feel right taking Ignarius without Brazen Manor.
Ignarius.
Well, there is Ignarius on Brawlenbert's side. And for me, remember, this is actually the exile that I'm going to have going first in most rounds. So that's the place where Oralek is going to go. He's going to be a speedy Oralek. You know why. Oh, you know why. Oh. Oh, that is a Bertrude with Feral Curse. Rutro. Okay, then. Hot take. Usually I do go triple demon, but perhaps it may be necessary. It may be necessary. To counter a bit here. Just have something to clean up the mess I am surely to leave behind on many occasions. Okay, here we go. Alright, well, here is my certain plan. That is it. Not quite the full arena slam dunk I was looking for, but I'll have to settle. Rollenberg, I will not allow you to break my meme. It cannot be done. Some things are indestructible, and sometimes memes are on that list. Sometimes memes are on that list. No. Bad. 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 Don't do that. Ooh, that was interesting. Don't see that every day. Surprisingly mobile imp there. One moment, please. One moment, please. I'm totally going this way. I don't know why you would think I'm going that way. I'm definitely not going that way. I'm very clearly not ever going to go that way. Attempt number 2. Okay, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Hold on. Also, plunging with Tizo. Bit of an issue, seeing as how he was specifically here to make up for situations kind of like this when things might potentially go horribly wrong. Oh, there it is. Not quite the full arena jump yet. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Don't commit yet. Don't commit yet. It's the patience. It's all about the patience. Ooh. Hello. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Ooh, I might have been able to make that one. I had convinced myself to go over to the side because I thought I needed an extra jump to set things up, but I had enough airtime there. I might have been able to make that work. Hold on. Not so fast, buddy old pal. Not so fast, buddy old pal. I saw it coming. I will not let you. I will not let you. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. How utterly brazen. All right, we'll give you that one. It was Gareth. He's stylish. We'll give him that one. And that's a goal. That's Orlek. He's gonna be a while. He is going to be a while. That's not good. That is not a good. That is also. Oh, punish, punish, punish! No, you do have time for the base banner. No. That was brazen indeed. It was brazen indeed, but it did work. It did work for you. Ooh, hold on. Hold on. Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna take it? Huh? Ooh. Don't do that to Orlek. What did he do to deserve that? What did he do to deserve that? Nothing, I might ask. I might add. Oh, no, not the airtime I needed there. What? You got rid of Tizo as well? That's illegal. Go, Tizo, save the day. Oh, he did. Oh, he did, though. Oh, he did. Ooh, okay. Okay. Don't mind Orlek over here. Don't mind Orlek over here. Just gonna do a little loop-de-loop real quick. Whoa! Okay, Orlek somehow didn't make it in there. Oh, come on, Orlek. Now's your time to shine. Now's your time to shine. Now's your time to shine. Ah, there it is. GG. GG.
Although their adversaries put up quite an effort. The right is to
What a comeback, indeed. Well played.
Until
A stylish comeback from Gareth, nonetheless. Dare I say, the best kind of comeback. You kinda did. But, I mean, we still had a little bit of an air Orlex showing. A little bit of an air Orlex showing. That's all we can ask for, really. Long as I got a few full arena jumps, I am content. Alright, so let's reset our arena. Let's reset our song. But let us know, chat, if there's anything else you would like to see. Yeah, Orlex Aura might be too big for that. Alright, not seeing any other requests at the moment, so why don't we just get this next one started?
the Tempers
Oh,
shall now face the Pyre.
okay. So from the boat
Welcome.
to the pit.
Who shall conduct the rites?
You know what must be done. You know what must be done.
Tay.
Okay. Prayer beads, stowaway. We go the plunging routes. We go the throwing routes. So many options. So many options. All of which are tons of fun. I guess we go the throwing route, although usually go Gareth first. Or maybe even... Tell you what, let's mix it up a little bit. At least relative to what I tend to do. We'll go Almer first. We'll do the ninja strats a little bit. And give him Shooting Star. Again, I almost never take the Ninja Savage strats. I'm always L1, L2, R1, R2.
Exile.
Okay, so then after that, up the top, do we want the range throw? Do we want the quick throw? I think we're gonna go range, which is the stowaway. She's gonna be our sniper. Want her to have Trader's Flight, because this is usually the way I go. I think let's stick with it. Think we stick with it. She'll have the range throws, as I was saying.
Tay.
Oh!
Dog.
Built-in prayer beads on Dalberts. Interesting. Okay. What if we mix things up a little bit here and go with a bit of an Arumi special? Yeah, let's do prayer beads. I was thinking about Titan Tooth, but we'll do prayer beads. If I had remembered that I was gonna go with... If I anticipated that I was gonna take Pamitha there, I probably would have put her in the top spot, but that is not exactly how I anticipated that was gonna work, but it did eventually bounce off the wall and in, so I guess we'll take it. Not nearly as graceful as I was hoping that was gonna be.
That one almost got through.
Should be more like, what? Like, why is it so much slower than I was expecting it to be? There it is, there it is. There it is. There's the wall bouncing strats. Oh, okay. Almer insisted on banishing you, even though that was not my intention. No! Not so fast. I say, okay, here's the stowaway. This is who I really want. No, stop trying to snipe them. That's not what you should be doing. That time, yes. That time, yes. Oh, you don't have the teleportation. This is the stowaway. She is the sniper. In theory. That the accuracy wasn't there. The range was. The accuracy was not. That was not really where I was aiming either. Yes! Wall bouncing jump, wall bouncing throw. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. Ooh, you just went straight in. That's illegal. How dare you? How utterly brazen. How utterly brazen. I will not take this. I will not take this blasphemy from you. Don't jump! No!
Remain banished.
Where you going? Which way you going, huh? Not so fast. Stowaway. Show him who's boss. No! Not enough time! Go on. Chase me down. I dare ya. I dare ya. Is your banishing throws? I don't think so. I don't think it is. Did you take the banishing throws? Ow. Well, that was supposed to banish you. It didn't. I'm still very much need to practice the way the harp pinball bouncing works. I do not have the hang of it. I very much do not have the hang of it. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Nope. No. Okay, you're the sniper. You're the sniper. Except you're not gonna snipe like that. Yes! That's what we're looking for. Wall bouncing throws, baby. More of that, por favor. Ooh, yeah, we'll give you the wall bouncing jump there. I think you got that one sufficiently. Yes, take out the entire team. Yes. No, I will never Flappy Harp. Never speak those words to me again. Never speak those words to me again. Oh, so enough range. Still away. Still away. She's got the range throw. She's got the... yes, she has the range throw, all right. Oh! Off target. Off the mark. Hello, Dalbert. Hello, Stowaway. Hello, Dalbert. Whoa. Hello, whoever that was. Ooh, that was supposed to banish it. That was not meant to score, that was intended to banish. Snipe. Oh, sort of. We'll make it work. No, no, stowaway. Don't aim directly at the Pyre, that's illegal. Ooh. Nifty. Nifty maneuver. That's definitely not going to hit you. That also was supposed to be to get Delbert. It was nowhere near him. Ooh, close. Close. GG. I love that arena. It's so much fun. Well played. Well played.
And thus more glorious. The rite is done.
Alright. Let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
And chat, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see next. Otherwise, of course, we'll just take whatever we want to take. Alright, not seeing anything here, so why don't we get this next one started up?
The Tempers
What?
versus the Firehearts.
Wait, what?
Welcome. Who shall the rights?
There's our answer. Yes, it is possible to get a random arena, the same random arena, twice in a row. I mean, of all the arenas to get twice, I'll take this one. I will take this one. We went mostly for the bouncing throws last time, a little bit of the bouncing jumps or flight, whatever you want to call it for the harp. So, let's see what direction we want to go in this time. Okay, so Brawlenberg goes with the ranged throw. So I'm thinking, since we focused on the mostly the throws last time, maybe we mostly focus on the plunging this time. In which case, how do we want to mix it up? I think we might go... What happens if you do Savage in this first spot? You do Sudden Grasp, and you have Titan Tooth, and you teleport into the orb at the same time as someone else? No worries, Duff. Good to have you back. Like, does this stun if the other harp, or if the other Savage is also teleporting to the orb simultaneously? Does that work? I don't remember. I don't remember. We'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. I'm not super confident in that choice, though. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Okay, so then, for more plunging stuffs, I think, hold on, where did you put Rookie in the top spot? Okay, let's do Emitha here, and we'll give her this, plus this legendary talisman. Ooh. Would it be, perhaps, a worm? Alright, last one for me is going to be... Which one do I want from this class? We'll go Barker. We'll go Barker. Barker. Alright, there we go. Nope, not enough time. So I don't really have a dedicated thrower, which is a little unfortunate. Whoa. I don't know how I got that. I'll be brutally honest with you, I don't know how I got that. Ooh, that almost worked. Well, I'm defenseless until I get Barker back, which is exactly who I wanted to defend with. What just happened? I am confused. Oopsie daisy. Well, that just turned into a pass to you. That's not what I wanted. Unexpected. Unexpected indeed. Oh, I mean, kind of. Not quite as clean as I was hoping that would be. Nope. Not that time, I'm afraid. Which way is it gonna be? Whoa, whoa. They're popping all over the place. Kind of. Chaos has ensued. Oh, I'm not fast enough. I am not fast enough. Hello. There we go. I don't think I was not flying. I was not flying when that happened, so I have no way of getting her back with the legendary talisman. That would have needed to have been a prayer beads. Off the wall we go and into the Pyre. Nope. Oh, that's going in, I think. Is it? Perhaps not. I'm curious to see if I can use Barker as a meat shield, but no, not really. Usually people do it with a bigger exile, and perhaps understandably, I think I got the speed boost that time, more so than I have perhaps ever before, but alas, didn't really make anything out of it. I missed. Miss. Ooh, I need the staminas. I need the staminas. Kind of off the wall, a little bit. Stretching that definition a little bit on that occasion. Oh man, that worm is absolutely chaotic. Ho, GG. Well played.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
So of all the places to get twice in a row, Hiddemalith, it's gotta be up there. Gotta be up there as one of the preferred destinations. And what do you guys think in chat? Do you prefer the wall bouncing throws or wall bouncing jumps and plunges? You did. you had at least one awesome Ores scale wall bouncing jump slash throw where I just could not make any sense out of where the worm was going, where the orb was going. I was just like, I don't know. Just throw my hands up in the air and go, I don't know what's about to happen. You know what, Anor? It has been way too long. Way too long since our last Thrash Pack request. I can't even tell you when the last one was, and that is probably a crime. Not enough Thrash Packs. I agree. I agree. Anything else in addition to the song? Or will that be all? Oh, here we go. Iroder's choosing Exiles. Demon first. Okay. Anything else? Or just the demon and that's all? Anything else is up to us. Spring of Jomir, okay. Is that it? Is there more? Demon stuffs. Demon stuffs. Looks like that will be all, barring any further requests. So let's jump in then.
The Tempers shall confront the Pyre Hearts. Welcome.
So demon first. Other than that, looks like it's up to us. Black Claw Bold Strategy Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. So for me, in honor of Iroder, I will use Iroder's preferred demon, Vispaleth. And in this case, masteries wise, actually think not going down for Celestial Spike, because instead, hold on, what do I want for the talisman? What am I thinking for the talisman? You're gonna go Titan Tooth, as someone was saying earlier today. You know, maybe Titan Tooth on demons, maybe we're missing out on something there. Maybe it is a thing. Oh no, I take it back. I had a totally different idea. My entire strategy was based on this talisman. Good. That was what I was planning. Okay, Higher Life, some Rekindling from Volfred. Then, second spot. The second spot going to be, well, what's the third spot going to be, so I know what I have left in the second spot? That's the question. That. What you... here, there, or everywhere. I think I'll take you... No. No, we'll go Rookie. He'll be our other ring bearer.
Rookie. Sir
Okay.
Gilman.
Exploding Gilman. Once again, that is a crime against the Sea Dominion. The exploding worm is always Deluge. I don't care what you say. It must be Deluge. And last one for me is going to be Tizo. Just cleaning up when things go horribly wrong elsewhere. With the Web Lanthorn.
Tizo.
You're a criminal? How dare you? How dare you?
Begin. The orb bathes first.
Speed! Speed, demons!
Rookie.
And also Kurz.
The orb is taken.
Aloha. Ooh, I missed on my little sprint.
The orb has hit the
Ruh-roh.
mark.
Right, now we got our full speeds back. Oh. Oops.
Seemingly unfair.
Still explode. As it turns out, you do in fact still explode.
A blow against the adversary's pyre.
Absolutely not. How dare you? Lady River is obviously the prayer beads worm. Obviously, she's the prayer beads worm. Wall bounce? Question mark? Not, no, not really. Not really a thing, I'm afraid. Oh, also, I did not pick up the orb. I totally thought that I picked up the orb. I also stunned my own character. Mistakes may or may not have been made. Oh, I didn't jump quickly enough.
Predicament for the
A rude predicament, I'm afraid. Just wait for Tizo. Just wait for Tizo to come back.
aim was true. A second wind.
No, I didn't make it in. Also, that was supposed to be you. Oh, that was horrendous timing.
Shall it be?
Also horribly aimed. You were supposed to get knocked back. No way.
Into the adversary's flame.
One day. Oh my goodness, the number of times I've done that to myself this match. It's the tad shorts. Tad short, tad wide on my dashes to the butt like that! Why do I keep on missing? I cannot hit the fire for the life of me. Jody just tanked, or rather, Bispaleth just tanked that. Did not care. One bit. Oh, also, I'm remembering that I did intend to go a different route with my him. Oh. Oh. I did not have nearly as much stamina as I thought I had. Oops. Nope, nope, don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Oh, the staminas! I need the staminas! I used all the staminas! Uh-oh, that's not good. Where is? Oh, it's up there. Okay. 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 Understood.
None left unscathed.
Ooh, just barely avoided that. Finally! The number of times I missed the Pyre was embarrassing.
It was almost cruel. You are powerless for now.
Ooh, that now I'm powerless. Nope. 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 I don't know why I didn't think you were gonna have enough range to get that. For some reason, I thought I could just stand there and everything would be okay. It was not. As it turns out, it was not.
Maneuver. There.
No, don't get back here.
The orb flies true. Such seal.
There we go. That's more like it. That's the speed demon action we're looking for.
Now end the ceremony.
Nope.
One triumvirate stands unopposed.
Rookie, 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 rookie.
With that one, I'd be rather angry.
Off the wall! Not quite!
Quite the close call there, no?
Ooh, stamina back! Stamina back!
Ouch. Now go.
Ooh, nope, not quite. Not the momentum we're looking for there. Ooh. No staminas.
All banished.
And that leaves me defenseless for the next 2 seconds. Rookie! Back in time! No, I was not controlling Rookie.
A swift recovery. A blessing keeps the
There's the rekindling. There's the rekindling. Second life bar, it's 10 life. No! Don't explode your saplings on me now.
How brazen.
That's where I jump.
Tis taken.
Come on! Oh no, that's a bad sapling placement for me. Nope. 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 It's gonna take me a while too. It's gonna take me a while too. Oh, was that wide? That was not wide. That was on target. Oh dear. Both of us in scoring range here. Who will take it? Oh, I need the stamina though.
Was exciting.
Stop getting your teammates back.
Now to the flame.
That was not a good decision. But that was. I need you. No, I missed. This is not who I wanted this situation. Here goes nothing.
And it is done.
GG. GG. Great match.
The pyre nearly was extinguish there, but no. The ceremony is complete.
Whew. Well played.
Until the next rite.
Alright, let's reset ourselves here. But it's starting to get a little late, so what I'm thinking is, what if we make this our penultimate rite, the last rite in which we take requests from you all in chat? Yeah, Brawlenberg, you say you can do 2 more? Perfect. Let's make this the penultimate one. That means, chat, anything that you want to see, now is your time to make it happen. And then, of course, for the last one, we'll do our liberation rite. So let us know if there is anything that you think we have not yet gotten the chance to do tonight that you really want to make sure that we, well, get to see. We've had a little bit of everything tonight, though, it feels like. I don't know, what are we missing out on, chat? What do we still need? What are we still yearning to see? If anything. Oh, I did still have an idea that I've not yet tried out. What was the composition? What was the composition? It was that, and that. Okay. Okay, I might have an idea for what I want to do for this one. Assuming we don't get a specific arena that is particularly good for a certain type of memeing. Although even then, we've already had a lot of that. So okay, why don't we, it seems as though we don't have any requests here, so we'll just go into this one and take whatever we want to take. Oh, I hear the water, but I think it's full of Solium. It is, okay. Not the Liberation Rite, that's the next one, just to clarify. But you are free to take whatever you'd like to take.
Who shall conduct the
This might not be a great arena for what I was just hoping to do, but I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. It's gonna be pretty memey. It's gonna be pretty weird, I think, but we'll see how it fares. Brawlenberg goes with a Prayer Beads rookie there. I'm gonna go... Who goes first? It would be... you. With... probably... this? A quarterback burst route here for Brawlenberg. Okay, so I have my saluting harp in my second spot. Second, third spot, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference who goes where, although actually, hold on. Okay, let's have this one. The proper exploding worm deluge. Seize chance, greater cleave, seize chance, greater cleave. We'll try seize chance here. And as advertised, he will be an exploding worm. I will not conform to your worm standards. How dare you? How dare you? In the name of the Pyre Hearts. How dare you blaspheme the rites like this? That is a very big presence, Tizo. And in my last spot, I'm also taking Tizo. Though, for him... It's this. So 2 exploding characters, and a character that transports those exploding characters. Ooh, without spending. So we'll see, in the name of science, how exactly this does. Excuse me. Seize chance active. Means 25 damage that time. Okay, so it's paid off a little bit there.
The Pyre heart seem hungry for their glory.
Oh, see what happens if I don't sprint forward. Oh. What happens if I don't try to race? Oh, you went under.
Doubts to the adversary.
You reverse psychology'd me. How dare you?
Are now favored to prevail. Such chaos.
There we go. Seize chance? No, not that time.
Himself upon the flames. The two triumvirates are neck and neck.
Good, good, good. Oh, not so good.
Flamed again.
Maybe I wanted Fell Swoop as well. Tell you the truth. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Not as sure about that. Possibly. Wouldn't rule it out.
Banished.
Oh, not quick enough.
So sorry for the wait there, Rita.
I don't know if I've ever heard that line. At least I don't remember it. So sorry for the wait there, Rita. That does not sound familiar to me.
Hearts seem to be falling behind.
Or do they now?
No mercy shown.
Go ahead. Oh, you were supposed to take it, though. You were supposed to take the bait. Oops.
It goes within the order.
Oh, I'm too slow on the jumping.
Airlord.
Not this time. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, also probably still shame on me, but fool me 3 times. Okay, well that was not really intended. That one, I will admit, was not really intended. No. One moment, please.
Go. Bask in the purifying flame.
The Titan Tooth, paying off there, might have been able to sneak in a throw instead. Might have been able to do that.
Someone there rose to the occasion.
Ooh, I was kind of hoping that was going to explode on you as well.
Thoroughly banished. The orb
Oh. Well, there we go.
and it is done.
GG? The whole idea was just to have everything explode and use Pamitha to switch into other characters that explode and stun you if you happen to try to block Pamitha. Probably would have been better in a small arena where there was a lot less room in between the big explosions, but that was at least the theory behind that team. Well played.
Until the stars align.
Alright, and that was our penultimate rite, making this our final rite, and therefore liberation rite. Now, I believe we were saying we wanted to make this be the Temper's version of Never to Return, but of course, that means we'll go no requests here, our final rite of the night, we'll just have both of us taking our preferred teams. Follow Solium, we were, of course, just there, which is why I was saying earlier. Now, that previous one, that was not the Liberation Rite. That's just the penultimate rite. Don't worry about that. But, other than that, we will just finish things off in style. So, Rolandbert, if you're ready, let us begin our Liberation Rite.
Good evening, exiles. You are gathered at the fall of Solium. Have you the fortitude required to prevail? We soon shall see who is the most deserving. Tempers, stand ready. Fire hearts, stand prepared.
Alright, so no requests here, just taking our preferred teams for the Liberation Rite. For Brawlenbert, it is the Stowaway with prayer beads in the first spot. For me, been doing it a lot today, but I am a fan of the all left side heart. This time, it's between Titan Tooth and prayer beads, but we'll go prayer beads. Power casting Headwind in the next spot for Brawlenbert. In my bottom spot, I think it's gonna be Tizo for a second there. I thought I put Gilman instead. No, we're good here. We're good here.
Tizo.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't. You dare use Gilman against me? How could you? Well, I shall have to exact some revenge with the most stylish man in the entire downside. None other than the one and the only Gareth. Alright, well, here we go. Our final run of the night, our Liberation Rite. Brawlenbert on the left, representing the Tempers. I'm playing on the right, representing the Pyre Hearts. Best of luck to you. That is Gareth, our sniper in the trees. Ooh, you still got me. I should have done more than just a little hop. More than just a little hop. Oh, why did I walk straight into that? Oopsie daisy. Ooh, you still got me. That's when Titan Tooth would have been useful. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, you took Shoulder Smash. You took Shoulder Smash, didn't you? You see, the thing is that you took Shoulder Smash. Okay, took Prayer Beads with her, though. This is the reason why I took Prayer Beads, so... case to be made for either of those talismans. Of course, both extremely strong. Ooh, oh, which side is it gonna be, huh? I have to settle for one and live with the other. That's the plan. That's the plan. Ooh, not who I want to go. Not who I was looking for there. Ooh, nifty shoulder smash there. Oh, I thought I could get 2 for 1. I thought I was going to sneak in a 2 for 1 there. Ooh. That's the little sudden grasp. Still got me by the toe. You still got me by the toe. Alright. One more of those is all we need. Mammoth had prayer beads, so she's coming back. Where's it gonna be? Where's it gonna be? It's not gonna be there. I can tell you that much. I'm not gonna let it be there. GG. Well played.
As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite.
Thus ends the liberation rite. As we said, that was our final rite of the night, our liberation rite. And so, thank you everybody who played with us today. And thank you everybody who gave us the requests in chat. Great ones today, as always. I am going to duck out of Discord now, but I will see you guys next week. Watch out. Alright, but I'm not quite done with you yet, chat. Let me just make sure that we have set Brawlenbert free. Brawlenbert has been set free. So thank you all for watching. This was, of course, Pyre Community Rite Night, which we are doing every Sunday. And for those of you who are unaware, the best place to be more involved in all this multiplayer Pyre stuff is, of course, by joining none other than the RITE Club Discord server, which you can do by clicking on that link right there. That's where we're organizing all this stuff. My name is Lids. I'm hosting these Rite Nights. Like I said, we're doing them on Sundays. And other than that, on Fridays, I'm also streaming Mass Effect 3 Legendary Edition. Getting close to the end of the game, some really dramatic moments for that. Then on Saturdays, we are doing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, cooperative, kind of a little bit similar to Iron, that we're taking requests for chat on that. Then, of course, like I said, Sundays is Rite Night. Then also on YouTube, Lids Vids there as well, posting the VODs for all those streams. So if you missed anything, you can catch it there as well. Also doing some Gwent videos on YouTube. That's the Witcher-themed card game. New events for that coming out every week, so lots of stuff for us to check out there. As well as some Thronebreaker, which is the Gwent campaign. Also doing videos for that on YouTube. In addition to Bastion, of course, the first game made by the same developers that made Pyre. And possibly sneaking in some Elden Ring. We tried that out on release date and might be able to squeeze in some time for a little bit more of that on another occasion. We'll have to see. But other than that, if you haven't done so yet already, of course, you can hit the follow button to get a notification for when I go live. You can also follow me on Twitter at LidsVids. I post there when I go live as well. But the best place to stay up to date on all things Lids is actually by joining my own Discord server, which you can do by clicking on that link right there. But that's going to be it for me for tonight, so thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll catch you next time.